streaming, going live. So why aren't you? Right, I think that might have done it. There we go. Right, yeah. Right, a couple of technical issues there. Anyway, can I summarise everything that's going on? Final Fantasy XIV got a new expansion launched last night, and we're about to play it. The downside is, folks, where is it? We're in a queue of over 2,000 people, so we've got to kind of wait to be able to get into the game. So, meanwhile, I'm going to literally stick on a few cutscenes and stuff from the game so far, just to kill a bit of time. So I've got no idea how long this will take.
I'll put an end to this. You have no fight left to fight.
And this guy's called Rick Campbell. He's I've enjoyed watching him play through Final Fantasy XIV. It's been really good watching him. So above me in the camera is me, my stream, watching the queue go down. And we'll just stick on a few videos. Thank you for the shout. We're in a queue too. Oh, hey, you alright, Embody? Yeah. I'm really excited to try it out. Like, I'm pretty big on audio, and obviously I use Dolby Atmos on my PC. So obviously when like Soken put out his video saying that he went with you guys, I'm like, I have to try this. But I made sure with one of your employees whether or not it might have clashed, because I have Dolby Atmos on this PC, but I was advised to disable it. And then obviously when I log into the game, I've got to activate it, haven't I? But I'm really excited to try that out, especially with Soken's work as well. It's gonna be insane to listen to.
Is a world free of sorrow. Join with me now in hope and prayer for the salvation of all.
So even then, like, I wonder at what point we're going to hear Jason Miller's like tune inside of Endwalker.
In the end, then with my all shall
I actually look forward to knowing what the name of that song's going to be as well.
As the avatar of those mortal heroes who fought unfaltering.
100%. So glad to hear you're excited. If you do encounter any trouble during setup or anything like that, please hesitate to reach out to us. We're all hands on deck. Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, I will do for sure, because I really want. I'm hoping it just goes smoothly and just works.
Why? This is food.
Great for people with chaos.
Hang on, let me just skip this advert.
You can just grab and go.
How do you guys normally work when it comes to like working with like other studios and stuff like that? I mean, is this like the first game you guys have worked with? Because I saw a lot of your audio packs of things like Windows and stuff. Me too, it definitely should. Yeah, absolutely. And it's like, obviously, like when you play like first-person shooters and things like that, because I'm playing Halo Infinite as well, and obviously having Dolby Atmos on flat and be able to hear things like footsteps and stuff, that's more clearer. And obviously, not knowing how this works, like, do you guys have plans to work with other studios, publishers, like down the line? It's like given as well, you know what I say, like the PlayStation as well, and it's like how it's using haptic feedback, and it has its own Tempest engine inside the PS5. I feel like there's a market developing for like, do I say better sound quality? Well, yeah, like the cinema like is more closer to coming into the home. This is our first direct integration with a game development partner, deepest integration of our technology we've ever achieved. We do have Immerse gaming standalone software which works well on all PC.
No way.
Really? So where would I be looking? We do have a lot of really strong partners in pro audio and gaming hardware perils, and we do have other friends too. Or Click Gaming. See, even when you put this demo on as well, like I could obviously hear the difference, you know, in terms of like sound, even when you hear like Shiva put the ice rink around her, or when she snaps. But I can't imagine YouTube audio being a true reflection of how this is going to work. So where would I go here? And like, gaming. Like, where's my mouse gone? There it is. Can this be like fine-tuned as well, if you don't mind me asking, at the top? So like if I want to swap from one game to the other and I'd like to hear like mid-low ranges and stuff like that, could I like kind of like change and dial it all up? Because I use a Go XLR as well. Sennheiser, of course, yeah, Steel Series. It does not have a built-in equal outside of the headphone presets built in, and they're all game genre okay. So you can use other equalizers alongside it, though. Right. Okay, so if I wanted to like kind of say move from like a story base to say FPS, I could do that. That's cool. I didn't know Corsair did headsets. Steel Series. I'll give this a look into and kind of find out like what headsets and stuff to get, because obviously I've got Astro A50s and doesn't look like this is designed with these in mind. That's not a criticism. Okay, yeah, I'll look at that.
Herein I commit the chronicle of the traveler, shepherd to...
You can record and stream spatial audio with it too. Would that apply to this as well? So like obviously as I'm like recording and streaming like Final Fantasy stuff, would that mean I'd have to record at a higher bit rate? Because I'm streaming at what, 6,000? Yes. It's binaural stereo audio, so yes. Oh, hang on. Oh, I see. Bio stereo audio to Final Fantasy. Okay, it's by far the coolest example of the tech integrated at the object level. Higher bitrate not necessary. Right. Okay. That. Hang on. Final Fantasy 14 game pack is by far the coolest example of the tech integrated at the object level with our standalone software works at a track level. Wait, so would that mean the devs at Square Enix then would have had to kind of like strip out what? Would have like Square Enix themselves have to kind of like remaster their own audio for this game? Or was remastering the wrong word? I don't know. I mean, I assume that this isn't exclusive to Endwalker, like it applies to Shadowbringers, A Realm Reborn, Heavensward, and Starblood. Yeah, we've worked very close with Square Enix. Wow.
Stars in the dark.
So you've been at this for years. Oh my god, what's the copied factory gonna sound like? Oh no.
Go.
Oh yeah.
3 months through the world is sundered and our souls set adrift. Where you walk.
Remaster isn't technically accurate, yeah. I wasn't sure what to kind of say because it's not like you're remaking the audio. Oh wow! Look, that is a crazy excuse to go back and play like the Warring Triad, the Crystal Tower. Oh wow! All right, yeah, I'm actually really. Oh, that's gonna be nuts. I'm looking forward to this now. What a reason and an excuse to go back and play all the content outside of getting stuff in the game.
An invocation of
Totally. Even this, and you get the cutscene viewer as well.
What are you?
Say my name.
Oh yeah, I'm actually really giddy for this now. Really giddy.
It matters not.
100%.
You are the enemy, and you will fall.
Yeah.
Even should
Yeah, well, I thank you guys all for the work you've put in to make this, because like, this would have been like, you would have spent months, if not at least a couple of years doing this.
This is so much at once.
Fingers crossed you get to work with more devs and studios. I'd love for you guys to like work to say like 343 or even hit it. Even Hideo Kojima would be an amazing partnership.
The seat of sacrifice.
Oh, thank you for your enthusiasm and support. We're getting so yeah. It's just literally waiting for this queue to go down. Alright.
Satisfying.
What are we on right now?
He's literally.
On that. This is brutal.
Him dragging down the other souls with him. And seeing that.
Because a developer like Hideo Kojima, like he's very me too. I'm like 2.1k. Yeah.
Do you guys want to do this mid-eye level, no echo?
On the bonus side, though, it means less technical problems with getting into the game once we're in, because it's obviously we're waiting this long. But yeah, think about how working with Hideo Kojima and how
too much, we'll just stop. Let's do this.
thorough, like specific he very is with things. I think that'd be a very interesting partnership. If he did a sequel to say Death Stranding or something, I'd be mad. Well, that's just me fanboying in my head.
That FanFest video. I actually still haven't watched it. Because if I did, I wouldn't.
We would love to have a video Kojima. Yeah.
I knew how important that video was to the community, and I knew how important.
From your lips to the ether.
I didn't really know Soken's work.
Yeah.
Right? That's what came when everybody was telling me to watch it.
Oh wow.
After this, if you guys want.
Can I not delete or ban? I can't. Well, whatever. I need to learn how to admin on YouTube properly, because I just don't know how to delete comments or anything, and I can't do it on the phone. Just one of those. I'll let it slide. Just, yeah, even hearing to the edge.
Owlet, Tesseline, Sadu, Luna, Lockhart, other Tesseline, and shit.
It's gonna be absolutely. I just want to get on the game now. In YouTube, so you can view all the comments.
No echo.
So I've literally swapped from Twitch like last month to YouTube. So I've still got a lot to learn.
I'm a zine, bitch.
Probably shouldn't really do this here, but it's whatever.
The 14th seed. I'm one.
This battle shall be our last.
That's me too. So constant.
Oh shit! What the fuck? Yo, this guy's no joke.
Yeah, these are for videos, or not for live streams.
This guy.
Now that these are for my YouTube videos, not for my stream, so I'd have to. I don't know. Both. Yeah, so I mean, yeah, the live chats. I don't have a mod or anything. Right, you may get a bit of echo or feedback. Just bear with me. See if I can do it from. Wait, he's not. Wait, it's not appearing here. What? So why am I seeing Russian on my live chat? That's odd. Right. Okay. No. That's fine.
What the fuck? Am I playing the PlayStation version of the game?
I use Restream for dual stream on Twitch and YouTube. Wait. Restream? I don't know what Restream is either. Next, yeah, there is a lot of different reasons why I moved from Twitch to YouTube. A lot of different ones.
No, my burst window! Dude, my fucking uptime.
Restream, I need. Where's the pen and all right?
Dude, why was
I don't even have a pen.
I was literally
Right, we're using my model kit fine liner.
Whoa! Laser beam!
Restream, right? Just so I remember, because I have a memory like a sieve at times.
I didn't even realize
Just
because I was so. Whoa!
I want to watch this, but without the reaction thing. That's actually cool. I know, I have to watch some trailers, haven't we? Where's the launch trailer? This. Like, this is one song I really want to hear. Like, I want to hear the full version of what Jason Miller sings in this launch trailer.
And so you venture forth unto the unknown. A fate beyond the horizon that cannot be divined.
Generally can't wait to get into this game.
Undefined and in flux.
Streaming a stream while you watch a stream of a stream. Yep, exactly. Streamception.
Have a safe journey.
Yeah. Sorry I couldn't properly talk when you coming to work, by the way. It kind of caught me off guard, and I was trying to like count the till as well. So I can always say sorry. Stream, really stream. Yeah.
Love leads to loss. Every beginning has an end.
More streams than a meandering river.
Treasure every moment, every step of your descent.
I mean, we could always just do this as well.
And there, that's where souls and stars rest. Find your truth.
Just be like, yeah. Just showing me I'm like.
Maybe we don't belong here.
I wonder how intense Sesame Street.
Not out here.
Right. Get out. Sesame Street. Oh, that's awful. Who come up with that? Your dad.
In darkness, see joy.
Have we heard the Matrix?
Walk free and bear the light for others.
Oh, they've got, speaking of the Matrix, they've got Keanu Reeves and what's the name of the actress? Carrie-Anne Moss appearing at the Game Awards next week. Bit of an odd one, but you know.
Let me relieve you of your burden. You've suffered enough.
The sky burns. The final days are truly upon us.
See, I love this trailer. I mean, it's going to reuse the Endwalker motif. It's absolutely crazy how Soaking he can write like a motif, a melody or whatever, and then he just finds new ways to reuse the same like piece of music.
Glorious dream we shared.
It blows me away how even with Shadowbringers, it was all throughout the soundtrack and it sounded different but the same.
Truly so powerless that our only choice is to flee.
We've come too far to back down now.
See, how's the Warrior of Light going up in that chair? That's gotta be what's his face, Van Daniel poses as the Warrior of Light. I don't believe that's the Warrior of Light for a second.
Duty as defender of this star.
So reuse motifs has been such a cool and iconic part of our soundtrack. So yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's like the first time I really paid attention to that, and all I wanted to say was with Destiny, the Rise of Iron soundtrack. I mean, it's the first time I've heard a soundtrack where it's had like I say a motif and it be reused throughout the soundtrack. It's absolutely amazing. And then Bungie did it in Beyond Light as well, and that is another really strong soundtrack. Well, yeah, just like a soundtrack with a reused motif, like I'm all for that. Love it.
Let the curtains fall upon this, the final chapter in the tale of the star.
I cannot get on this game already. 1,674.
You at my side. It means more to me than you know. Thank you.
God. Well, at least it's not like. I think it was when Heaven's Ward come out. We then end up in the queue, and then we get kicked out of waiting in the queue, so we put like 10,000th in line.
After all, tomorrow is never promised.
And then we'll might as well watch the actual trailer now. I've never played Final Fantasy. I've always been interested in playing one. Do you have a PlayStation 4? Yeah. Honestly, I strongly recommend Final Fantasy VII Remake. Strongly recommend. If you want an RPG and a good story-driven game to play, I recommend Final Fantasy VII Remake. And the soundtrack for that game's absolutely phenomenal. And much like I was talking to Embody, like again, that's another game where they take those who fight further, they use the motif through that, and they find new ways to reorchestrate that song in Remake, and it's absolutely amazing. Yeah, it was. I don't even know how they did that, and I don't even know why it took them so long to get to where Final Fantasy VII Remake was. Because Final Fantasy 15's combat, I don't think was that good at all. I didn't rate it, and it's a shame because the story of 15 up until right at the end is good, and then you get to the end, and I'm just like, ah. But the soundtrack for that game is absolutely amazing as well. But yeah. I've got 7 soundtrack and 13 twos up here. Yeah, so I've got 7 remakes, limited edition one, and I got 13 twos.
Alize.
Yeah, Journey's better than the destination with 15. If 15 ended with just that campfire scene, leave it there. It was the wedding bit. I didn't appreciate the wedding at all. That was not needed, and it totally just destroyed like the somber tone, not his death left.
The stars seem to do.
Oh, beautiful one, those.
And yet,
yeah. I want Final Fantasy 9 soundtrack, but I've never been able to find that.
Those who stood in defiance of that fate.
This isn't far away, so you've just got an Xbox as well. Hey, no, that's a fault. You've got Game Pass, haven't you? There's literally like a ton of Final Fantasy games on Game Pass, although Remake isn't on there because it's a PlayStation exclusive. But Final Fantasy 13 too. That's been put on there as of yesterday. Yeah, I didn't appreciate how shallow the whole wedding plotline felt, and I went empty that one character. I think my favourite character in 15 was Ignis. I think I didn't really like Prompto. Him as a character I didn't quite get. Especially when I watch things like the anime Brotherhood, you see him deal with social problems, being overweight and things like that, which is cool. And then you get to 15, and then you find out he's a machine. So in my head, I'm like, maybe it's because I'm not letting it be fanatical enough like it should be. But how does a robot go through all these emotions, lose weight, struggle socially, to be told he's a machine later? His own character arc doesn't make any sense to me. Not because his does, but his burden, I don't think. There wasn't enough emotion felt from Noctis for me to kind of believe him as a character. Gladiolus was a bit one-track, but Ignis, I think, was great. Ignis's character was amazing.
The stars.
I forget her name.
Secrets to tell.
Are you on about his wife, Luna?
Take care, my friend.
So did you ever watch the film Kingsglaive before you played 15?
So, Charlian would keep its counsel while the world is lost to ruin.
It would. Come what may,
yeah, Luna. Yeah.
We shall live on. We must.
Do as you must, then. But we Scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
Yeah, it did. But I wouldn't say, expanding is the right word. But there's a character in there because Luna's in Kingsglaive, and she's more proactively closer with the main character in the film Kingsglaive than you ever see her with Noctis. It's odd.
past the far edge of fate.
found this song a bit difficult to kind of understand the lyrics to a little bit, like originally. But I sort of missed the humming from the first trailer, like the very first one. Sounded really great. Hey, you alright? Right, Lou. Dude, it's Heaven's Ward problems all over again. We're stuck in queues. 15 still made really great strides for the fans. Yeah, it did. Yeah, it did. Yeah, 15 did have a lot of work to do because I know people fell off like Final Fantasy as like their RPG, didn't they? After 13, well, 15 had a lot of weight to carry, and it wasn't a bad game. It's just there are things I didn't like, but again, like the story's great, the environment's there, the world building, the music, it's all good. It's just the ending, and there's a couple of character arcs where I'm just like, But literally, I think 7 Remake, 9, and Shadowbringers are literally probably my favourite Final Fantasies. And Crisis Core too, although it's a spin-off and not a number title. But yeah, Crisis Core's up there with them as well. Didn't like 15. Did you finish 15, Lou? Right, to the edge. Yeah, we are. It's actually going pretty fast, all things considered. Like, what were we on? Like 1600 before? Nope. Yeah, I think the only Final Fantasies I've not played to completion has been 8 and 10. Like, I didn't like 8's battle system. I couldn't like really get to grips with it. And 10 just, I couldn't get into that. Literally the first half hour of 10, I was like, no. And I gave it another go when the HD remake come out, and I still couldn't get into it. But they're the only Final Fantasies I've not touched, I've not played to completion. I've rebought Final Fantasy Type 0 as well, which I need to play. 10's too hard. See, I played 10-2, and I absolutely loved 10-2. I thought 10-2 was great, but I didn't play I played 10 up until the point you get to Yuna's village, and I think that's around about half hour's worth of gameplay. Like, before I called it quits on both occasions. Yeah, we go. Oh, listen to the edge.
What if I want?
I was young, Chris. Well, you're a young adult now, Lou, and
what about
you can. It's on Steam. 10-2 gave me major system shock when I realised it was a mission-based system. It was the dress for Squid I loved most about it, and being an absolute massive Metal Gear nerd as well. So like, once I worked out how the dress for system works in that game, I was like, oh my god, Riku could get inside of a Metal Gear, and I was like, I'm in. I just abused your Jimbo. What, in 10? See, I kind of played 10-2 as well, with like lacking the emotional impact, like 10 left. And then I didn't get far enough through, but I do. Honest Vita, yes. But maybe one day, maybe. Yeah, just hopefully at some point soon we get to hear when 16's well, kind of words out when Final Fantasy 16 drops. I hope to God that game comes out next year. Yeah, there's a question. Are you guys gonna work with Square Enix again on 60? Even if you were, you couldn't say NDAs and all that lot. Because it's the same studio who worked on this that are working on Final Fantasy 16. And it's on PC as well. Well, it will be on PC. Haha, who knows? Yeah, who knows? So I'll ask myself these questions in the minute words leave one's mouth. I'm like, why even bother? It's like when you get an interview. Let's get through Final Fantasy 14. Yeah. It's like when you do interviews and you ask a question, you kind of realise I just asked a question I know I'm not going to get the answer to. Oh yeah, I want to play Final Fantasy 14. So yeah, we jumped 300 places now. Yeah, in case you're wondering why I've got a character called Gordon Ramsay, I had this amazing idea of creating a character because you can level up culinary in this game and let twins go around start making dishes and criticising, you know, in the spirit of Hell's Kitchen, like other dishes, just for laughs. That's okay, I do that all the time. Yep, should have gone to see Jason Mill next week, and his gig got cancelled because of COVID. Livid. Oh, nigga, charger. That's all. Do we even have a spare USBs? Oh, oh, we do. Oh. I'm so like incredibly anxious now to play this. Incredibly anxious. So I'm still there like fidgeting. Stood here, sat here. So I wonder if like, so can we use like the motif from To the Edge somewhere? Because I know we talked about Endwalker's theme being like him coming out the other side of his cancer recovery. I think I read that one very recently. So I wonder if there's at any point you'll use, because this is practically like, as far as the overall community of this game is concerned, it's like the song of like this game, obviously because of his battle with cancer. Oh, we're close. Why can't I should really learn to alt tab. See, I've got a ton of. Oh, where's iTunes? Might as well just kind of like. Hey? There we go. So I've got like a playlist full of Final Fantasy music. Wait, what? Where's it all gone? Oh, what have you done? Well, we're doing this again. Oh, I was finished listening to this. I actually just played through Final Fantasy music while this queue runs down. I think we got something like, I think it's like something like 10 hours worth of Final Fantasy music. Just that alone. So I did the Spotify rewind yesterday. And apparently, like, Final Fantasy is its own genre of music on Spotify. Absolutely crazy. And that's practically because I'm listening to 14's music. Quite a lot. An unhealthy amount. Spin the Boss being here, thank you so much for the shout out and your enthusiasm to you the game pack and that you accused me swiftly. Yeah, thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. Thank you for your work, and yeah, again, I can't wait to try it out, and a video will no doubt go up on YouTube, and I'll put it over Twitter as well. Again, thank you so much. And I hope you enjoy Final Fantasy as well. Off to walk the dog. Yeah, enjoy your day, evening. I'm not sure what time zone you're in, but yeah, thank you.
Subscribe.
Oh, we got. It says new subscriber, but I can't see who it is. But thank you. Is there no like event thing on OBS? Oh, right, okay. Thank you for the subscription. Whoever pressed the button doesn't tell me who. No, unless I can add it as a toolbar or something. Let's have a look. Docs. See, there's a stats one there, but it's in chat. Ah, come on, 1028. Ah, 1020 coming out, we're almost at triple digits. It's like a 10-minute song as well, so this will be perfect if this queue runs down at the end of the song. Honestly, this song's so bloody good. Oh, but Smart Fry, do you mean the thing that tells you about all the songs? Yeah. I'm pretty sure I banged it on Twitter. Bear with me. Yeah. So I don't know what this is meant to mean, but opening credit theme apparently is Kill Message from Cyberpunk. It's fair enough. The same guy that's singing this song now, Final Fantasy, sings this. Just throwing it out there. That was these are my most played songs. Disturbed, Linkin Park, Celduela Fido, and Resodro. That's the band this singer that's singing is a part of. And then yeah. Oh, you can't view it from here, you have to do it through the app. But here, top genre, Final Fantasy, and I've listened to 23,000 minutes of music, which isn't really accurate because I use iTunes as well, and then I've got my phone. So the music I listen to is gonna be, I'd say, probably one more digit bigger than that, easily. Apparently I've listened to Halo Set a Fire in Your Heart 421 times. Wait, Infinite Soundtracks on Spotify? It's gotta be a cover, surely. No? Microsoft Co-op? Oh shit, I didn't know that was on here. Oh, this is on later. So I haven't really listened to any of the music that much, you know, outside of what's been on the multiplayer. Where are we in the queue? Oh, we're in triple digits now. We're getting through this queue rather quickly, which is quite nice. I mean, what time are we on now? Oh, wow, it's been 40 minutes already. You're reaching your destination. Yep. I'm honestly looking forward to this. Really am. I'm wondering who the new favourite character is going to be with this expansion as well. Because with Heaven's Ward, it was. Well, no, there was Sidian and what's his name? The Archbishop's son from Ishgard. Amaric. There was a Sidian and Amaric. Stormblood come out, and when Stormblood came out, it was Yoitsu and Yugera. Shadowbringers was Grahatia, Emmet Selk. So I'm wondering if what new characters we're going to get and how attached the community is going to get to new characters in this one. And how is it all going to come together? So I can't remember what the first name of the main writer is for what Ishikawa or something like that her name is. Like I can't wait to see how she's going to put this, how she's going to wrap up 10 years of storytelling. Especially when she came in, and I think she came in with Stormblood, didn't she? I think, but don't quote me on that, I'm not really sure. But I know she wasn't there from a Realm Reborn as far as I'm aware. Or she might have been, and someone gets to tell me I'm full of shit. Either way. Right, let's close that. What do Equilibrium. Get Shuffle on. Unless you're Adele who wants to ban Shuffle from from Spotify for whatever reason. Still don't quite understand why. I think there's only like a handful of albums I've listened to in the order they've been curated in. Go on, 950-ish. Holy shit, 879? I'm going to skip nearly 100 places in the queue. I say nearly, but we're like, so like, what? We want what, 853? 953 we're on, so... Yeah, about what? 80 places? No, 70 places, give or take. Because you're not allowed to go... Like, when new expansions launch in this game, like, you can't go AFK for very long. Because as you get booed out of the game, then you have to do all this again. Hello, why aren't you charging? There we go. Ah, so that's what that bleep sound was before. It was a phone. And the subscriber thing's not updated on my overlay either. Why? $804. Oh. So again, all of this music I'll get to like re-listen to with this Embody thing. Like, that's gonna separate instruments all like from an audio perspective all around me as well. So it's like it's gonna be crazy. I'm trying to kind of like visualize in my head how this is all gonna sound. So night in the Broom is going to be so like going into Ishgard at night. I'm just Night in the Broom. That's going to be really nice. Especially to learn that they've worked, so they've just had to rework hundreds of pieces of music as well. Oh, well, we didn't move in that queue then after that refresh. Still an 804. I just realised I don't need that up anymore because I've actually got like the full game. What an idiot. Right, so we can delete that. There we go, 729. We're almost there. Sorry to keep you guys waiting. This isn't my fault. Oh, you know what I can do as well? Once I hit level 90, we can over level in one man rate. Right, Rathalos and get him as a mount. Oh, French fancies. And I still got Chris. Excuse me. Excuse me. So if you hear like a load of like rapping noises, just, you know, we got some French fancies on the go. You know, you gotta get the junk food in when you got a gaming session. Got to. They had like Irish cream ones at Asda, but they were sold out, so I've salvaged the normal ones. $662. Sorry if watching me slap my chops isn't the most entertaining thing in the world. I am peckish. Oh my. I swear it's just kind of like dropped to zero. We've got Monster. Mountain Dew's like drinking toilet cleaner. Not that I've actually drank toilet cleaner, but it doesn't taste nice. Mountain Dew's awful. Doritos. I buy Doritos when I want Pringles, but they didn't have either of the flavours I liked in Asda, so we sold with kettle chips. I've had chicken and sweet corn pasta already, and 2 packets of katsu curry chicken fridge raiders. Oh, and some melody that I was eating as I started the stream. I wouldn't advise eating like this. I live like awfully. I don't eat great. I don't advise it. I'm just very lazy. 620. Do you reckon we'll get to 420? Blaze it. Hey, log 4. This is on shuffle as well. Sweet. God, I remember playing this dungeon in Shadowbringers for the first time, and I'm like, what the fuck is this? And then chat's like, because obviously it's an in-game like chat function, and all I saw in the left side was like crank the music up. I was like, what? And then all you heard was doo, doo, doo. I was like, holy shit, what is going on? And then we're inside the Crystal Tower again. Loved it. I could probably eat a whole buffet in 2 minutes. It's not like I've just got this image of you like photoshopped over Vin Diesel. I don't know if you've seen the Fast and Furious films, but he makes a speech about Brian Spillner, like owing Vin Diesel a 10-second car. So all I've got is image with you, with your head photoshopped on Vin Diesel, just going, I can eat a buffet in 2 minutes. Neither one of those two things relate, but yeah, that's the image I've got in my head. Just with the look Vin Diesel pulls as well. Oh shit, 482. Well, all things considered, this actually hasn't been this too bad of a wait. Like, it's actually gotten through this queue rather quickly, so all the server improvements and the additional data centers they've bought is obviously paying off for them. That's amazing. There you go. That's what you need to do now for your next Halo video or whatever. Start getting some Vin Diesel quotes in from Fast and Furious. Just I don't know. I get like an epic kill, and all you hear is it from your Spartan in Vin Diesel's voice. What you put in that sandwich, and then another voice going, "I'm not kidding, Dom," from the middle of nowhere. Be so I might actually do that. That is absolutely that is actually short worthy. Use the grapple hook, get a swing from like your teammate's Hornet, get a kill with your gravity hammer, family, and then just carry on walking. Yeah, once you got to do it. The problem is, like, I have a lot of ideas that circulate in my head, and a lot of the time I just don't have the skill set to execute them. Like, there's been so many times where like I'll have this like YouTube video in my mind, I'll edit it, and because I don't know how to use certain programs that well, like I can never pull any of it off. So it's like if I eventually want to do is like, certainly with streams, say if I get like a really glorious kill, it's like a PvP thing, I want to press a hotkey, and then because I won't get wrecked, what I won't get wrecked to do this is swap to like a replay screen. If I could map a function to, let's say, a stream deck where the command could instantly clip the last 30 seconds, swap to a new scene, and it show the replay scene and play the clip that I've just recorded the last 30 seconds off, and then off the cuff just like talk about it like a replay function. I think that'd be so funny. Oh, I have this really this other idea as well of having, so say I have like a custom HUD on my, you know how you see my overlay where my camera is, but you have like a visor on the screen, similar to how, you know, like the Halo like games work out, but it's an interactive HUD, and I'd have like a 3D modeled like AI appear, sort of like in the vein of, you know, how you'd communicate the codec on Metal Gear games would. So when the chat would do things like use a command, subscribe or something like that, this AI would like talk to him and engage him and things like that. Get someone who can record a voice and things like that for it. It'd be absolutely nuts. And then like, obviously as you'd put these commands in, or chat would use these commands or whatever, or use certain key phrases, like you'd see like the HUD like recharge or things like that. It'd be an absolutely crazy idea. But it had a bit of interactivity between the people in chat and streams. Would there be a way to use the Xbox Series X controller share button with 30? Well, I can make the clips. It's the thing of being able to kind of do all these things. Like, basically, it's called macroing. I don't think, even if I was to buy a stream deck, I could engineer a macro that could take the clip, display it in a swap a scene. So basically, when I say swap a scene, I mean do this. So when I go, be right back. So it's swapped to that. Be a replay scene, and it'd be instantly able to record a clip in the same new scene with my webcam there. I don't know if that's something that could be done. And then there's obviously saving up the money to get that new scene even made or developed. because work by GetRect is going to start this month. Now there's going to be social media upgrades. It's going to be a YouTube thumbnail, and I'm working with them to compose a piece of music as well, which is going to be really cool. But their interactive HUD is something I've got in mind that I want to do when the money starts coming in with streaming and whatnot, and the whole instant replay thing. Cause it comes from like when you know when I watch, because I used to watch like WWE growing up, or F as it were. Obviously, when you have like all the Jim Ross commentary and things like that, but I kind of had that element into streams and stuff like when I play like first-person shooter games. I think it'd be absolutely great. And obviously, I've been watching a lot of the Halo Championship series as well, and obviously seeing them do shoutcasting and things like that, so that's where the kind of inspiration's all coming from. $279, come on. Real good. Yeah, I just don't have the skill set. I just don't have the skill set to execute ideas I have. Well then, why don't you develop those skill sets? Time. Time and money. $207. We're close. Really close now. So you know what I might do now is kill the music and turn Final Fantasy back up. Alright, we're getting close now. Yeah, so obviously with this being an MMO as well, there are a few instances where I'm going to be reading a lot of on-screen text and stuff like that. You have to forgive me because I do have dyslexia, so I might read it wrong, swap certain words around and not, let's say, not be able to understand grammar correctly, like to know when to breathe, how to communicate, all that kind of thing. But there are cutscenes in the game, and obviously if Shadowbringers is anything to go off, there should be like a massive amount of cutscenes compared to on-screen text. Trying to sell some merch. All of that, like merch selling, making money, that comes with time. The more I can grow my stream, more people that watch, more people that sub, donate, buy merch, all of that comes together. I can get sponsorships then. That'll be another form of making money, so I can kind of do all these things. But it's my job versus trying to make sure I take personal time out versus wanting to do this. It's a bit of a juggling act. I'm not very good at doing it. Also, the ideal plan is to be able to kind of take off. I can earn enough doing this so I can step away from my job and then really be able to do 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 hour streams, doing this. So at the time I would spend being in work 30 hours, 40 hours a week doing this, still have personal time, and they'd be able to afford things to even do things like eat healthier and things like that, some of the fundamental stuff rather than eat like shit. You know what I mean? That's the plan. But again, it's getting there. Starting out, I was told it's always going to be the hardest bit to this. Oh shit, didn't mean to do that. Didn't mean to do that. So again, it's just time and patience. Let me just turn fire off now a bit more. Ah! Fucking electric shock from that, you son of a bitch. 207, I'm pretty sure we've been here for a while now. So I don't want to upsell the merch either, because I don't agree with upselling in my real job, let alone doing it as a streamer. I don't. there will be a point where I'll have to. So like I want to work with a company called Advanced that though the energy drinks that I told you about when you come to work earlier. Like that's the company I want to buy, you know, like to get sponsored buying things at, and obviously you have to kind of do that kind of thing. But I don't want to egregiously do it. I think you're doing a brilliant job, keep going and improve along the way and you'll get there. Yeah, absolutely man, I appreciate that. Yeah, fingers crossed we do. It's just, the way I see it now is I've spent a lot of time, a lot of money, and I've learned a lot of different things already, and I don't plan on like stopping doing this, so I'll keep going until literally and hopefully something does click. And then that'll be the jettison for taking off and then kind of like branching out, doing a lot more different things. And yeah, I've got plans and ideas for down the line. I always have a long-term plan, I just don't know what to do short-term. That's the struggle. So I know when things are succeeding, when I'm hitting certain points, and I've still not really gone anywhere, you know, from starting doing this 2 years ago to till now. Realistically, I've learned a lot of things. I've spent a lot of money. That's all I've really done. Ooh, 134. Holy shit. Hopefully now we're not waiting more than 5 minutes and we can start playing. 63. Damn it, we've gone past 69. Oh. You know, because I'm immature as hell. Close. Yeah, Rick. Yeah, we're double digits now. Really close that we can get to it. Might have to mess around with some. I don't know whether the game will be too loud over my mic. So yeah, when I eventually get into the game, you'll have to let me know if the game sounds louder than my voice. So I don't know if it will or not. No, don't say that because that happened with the last expansion. Oh, don't. We're in. Let's go. Right, let's close all this. Warrior, thank you very much. There she is, there's my main character. Right. Where? System configuration. Where's Sam? Where do I enable? Wait. Oh shit! Right, there we go. So will I have to restart? A new dimension of sound awaits beyond the horizon. Immerse brings 360 degrees of personalized spatial audio to both the Final Fantasy 14. So I don't have to restart the game. I think we'll go with it. Let's get a bit of bass there. Right. Next ship to sail. Here we go. Right, where are we going? Mordona, obviously. That's what I know. We're waiting a queue times. That's actually not bad at all. So we're going inside the Rising Stones. literally expecting now like a load of DC errors and all that kind of thing now. There is Alpha now. Alphino is feeling the need to take stock. We've got a horse chestnut weapon coffer. If it's fine at the moment volume wise. If it's older than your voice at some point, I'll mention it. Yeah, I appreciate that, thank you. Felcleave, do you have some time to talk? I would like to gather everyone in Dawn's Respite and together assess the situation in which we find ourselves. Ooh. There's a Stydian. Look at the badass. Let us take stock of the facts, shall we? The crisis at hand began with the sudden appearance of ominous towers in a multitude of locations throughout the world. We have since learned that the said structures even, were brought into being by an organisation known as Telepheroi. The Telepheroi's stated purpose is to recreate the final days of eons past, an apocalyptic event that would result in the destruction of all we hold dear. Already have these towers of theirs been the cause of untold suffering. Oh wow, they're already using the Endwalker melody, eh? Countless innocents kidnapped and imprisoned, their faith perverted for primal summonings. And unless we find a way to deal with the corruptive aura surrounding the spires, we can't even get close enough to rescue anyone. Why did I say secure? Those shielded with the blessing of light seem to be able to resist being tempered at least. But after what happened... Oh, no, didn't mean to skip that. Fuck. Yet while these threats close to home are of a paramount concern, we mustn't lose sight of the situation in Garlemald. As you know, the Telepheroi are under the leadership of Fandaniel and one other delightful fellow, Zeno J. Galvus, the Crown Prince and our dear friend. To date, he's reclaimed his old body, murdered Emperor Varys, and plunged Garlemald into an even deeper pit of chaos. The capital has probably seen the worst of it for a good while there. It saw the bloodiest fighting in the War of Succession, but that has since changed and in troubling ways. Aye, during our reconnaissance, the air was not once rent by the barking of cannons or the cries of discord. 'Twas an air fog of silence which did blanket that ruined city. I'll say sky. The inhabitants appeared to have been tempered, and with nay a word spoken did they labour to transform the palace into a soaring edifice born of nightmares. If they were indeed made thralls, it seems safe to assume that these events too were orchestrated by the Telepheroi. An army of primals is awful enough, but in light of recent developments, I fear it is only the prelude to an even greater catastrophe. We need to devise a means to counter this threat and quickly before our allies are overwhelmed. We will find a way in Sharlayan, I am sure of it. Master Forshnaught's comments regarding the final days were curious to say the least. The forum knows more than it's letting on. That's Alpha knows dad, isn't it? Tataru. Sorry to interrupt. We've just received word from Mistress Krail. She says that oh my god, it's playing this now. She says that arrangements for your visit have been finalised. You ought to head to Limsa Laminta on board the ship bound for... We're going to Sharlayan right now! And on arrival, present yourselves as associates of the students of Beldessian. Come to assist with the Order's restoration. Fuck. Oh, is this incoming? The arrangements may be settled, but what of your thoughts? They must race on the prospect of returning home after so long. I'm eager to see it, of course. Of course, we should set off at once. Right, so he is. Then I will accompany you to the docks. You need at least one person there to wave and cry and wish you a safe journey. doing that with Alpha now already. They've already death flagged him with the launch trailer. So where exactly are we heading here? Limsa. Yeah. Where's the sound effect for teleporting? That's weird. There's some sound effects here that aren't right. We get them to about 40. No, we'll send it to 60. So I've got to be mindful of the stream, haven't I? Hopefully this won't be too loud. Right. Because so many people play this game, it's crazy. It really is. This is literally going to be peak Final Fantasy population. I wonder how long these plays have all been on. It's got to be mindful of spoilers and stuff as well, haven't I? Ooh, what's that? I could just sprint, but... But someone's already unlocked Reaper. Look at you, little edgelord, look at him. He knows how cool he is as a character when he's stood there like so. Sea travels can be tedious, but I don't mind. It is a rare experience, the most is Guardians. I never thought the day I'd come when I would be sailing home again. It seems so very far away. Wait, Grahati is from Charlian. Everyone's here, which is good because I've already paid for your passage and the fee's non-refundable. The ship for Charlian should be pulling into port soon, so please follow me and have all your luggage close at hand. I expect fully voiced over cutscenes here now.
They've almost finished loading our cargo. We should be ready to depart right on schedule, or so I'm told.
Oh no! The fuck?
It's funny.
You mean
Master Louis Soir came here on a ship very much like this one. And now, years later, the street urchin he befriended that day is bound for his mentor's homeland. With his mentor's grandchildren, no less.
Aye. 'Tis upon reflection that every twist of time's river and fate's whims are brought into sharp relief. Thou hast matured much in the intervening years. Wert thou not caught attempting to relieve Master Louis Soir of his purse scant moments after he made landfall upon this dock?
Ha! So we'd robbed Louis Soir. What a little shit.
Oh, really? Now that's a tale I'd like to hear.
Will this be your first visit to Charlian, Sir Estinian?
Look at that frown.
Sir Estinian?
Don't call him sir.
Are we strangers newly met? Why this stiff formality?
Oh, he's just no nonsense.
Merely meant it as a professional courtesy, since we are now colleagues in an official sense.
I'd rather you dispense with the sirs, especially in private company. Or I'll be forced to respond in kind, little Lord Alphino.
Wind your neck in, kid.
You've made your point, Estinian. Painfully well.
Better.
She's like terrified of him, isn't she?
Are you alright, Tataru? You seem positively distraught.
She wants to go on this adventure with us, doesn't she?
Distraught? Me? Don't be silly. I think it's lovely that they get to see their homeland. It's just, we're trying to thwart the schemes of an army hellbent on destroying the world. And once again, I have to stay behind and worry that this is the last time I'll get to see my friends.
Oh shit, it's Tataru finally going to get some character development. I'll bring them back safe and sound, I promise. No sense in worrying about the things we are powerless to change. Yeah.
Well, that's hardly comforting.
It's the truth, though.
Ah, good. You're still here.
Oh shit!
Hori! Kultine! What brings you all this way?
We're to assist the Maelstrom and the Kobolds with a lunar primal operation, so we thought we'd see you off before heading to the tower.
So are these guys like... Oh, they're the mercenaries now, aren't they? Rather than Alphino's little army that he had. Crystal Braves they were called.
Flamine and the others wish you all a safe journey and promise that they'll look after things here until you return. We will too, of course. Aye. We, your fellow Scions of the Seventh Dawn, will do our part to ensure the end of the world won't happen on our watch.
We're set to sail! All aboard for Charlian!
Wait, why is the population all white looking?
It's time.
Then we must delay no longer. We will contact you the moment we learn aught of value. Wish us luck.
Will Faye Val be in this? Like the Pixar?
Have a safe journey, and please, please, be careful.
Right? They're the eyes of a little devil. Look at her, and she looks like she's ready to like fuck shit up. You don't trust her. Too innocent.
And so you venture forth unto the unknown.
Oh shit!
On the horizon that cannot be divined. The future undefined and in flux. In uncertain times, naught but the simplest words of wisdom will suffice.
Emmett Silk's the narrator of this game? Oh wow!
That which lives is destined to die. Love leads to loss. Every beginning has an end. Treasure every moment, every step of your descent.
What? I did not think for a second like what was said in the trailer would kind of like be used like this.
And there, in the depths where souls and stars rest, find your truth.
They came. Why is Answers playing here?
Here.
Heidelin?
Feel. Think.
The day has barely dawned, my fellow earlier riser. Though we're hardly alone in that. Envious of those still sleeping soundly, no doubt.
Why is Answers playing?
Called out to you, you say? I've heard nothing myself. In any case, I dare say the sea air will do you good. Why not join the others on deck? Charlian should be coming into view at any moment.
Like, they're not going to bring about another Bahamut, are they? Well, saying that the final date is that, isn't it? Right, so are you Vanette or Heidelin?
My voice yet reaches you. I am glad.
It is Heidelin? Oh, wow.
Hear, feel, think.
She actually shows herself?
We meet face to face at last. My warrior of light, guided by the crystal.
Right, how are you able to show yourself now? I could just show words no longer. Ooh, because my reaction was, why now? That is literally going to be the question I ask. Even at this, like, piano version of Answers.
After your sojourn in the first, I believe you have your answer. You have gained an understanding of what I truly am, what Heidelin has always been, a primal.
Right, you're talking of Heidelin the Third. Why?
Zodiac was created to forestall the apocalypse which threatened the ancient world, and I was brought forth to bind him.
So Immerse was telling the truth? Oh.
Yet 7 times now, those who would orchestrate a return to that bygone era have rejoined a shard to the god I had sundered. The greater his strength grows, the swifter does mine own diminish. The power to draw your mind into the rift betwixt is no longer mine to wield.
Wait, so who can do that? Don't tell me Zodiac's been doing it.
Yet though it taxes me sorely, I dare not leave these words unsaid. Even bereft of my guidance, you and your companions have accepted the burden of this star's troubled past. A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. Wheels shudder and turn. Conflict looms, monumental. which will decide the fate of this world and all life upon it. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
Well, please, do tell us what that promise is.
Sharlian's just over yonder.
I will not keep you further. Your traveler's heart must yearn to behold this unfamiliar land.
Look at her shit-eating grin on her face.
We shall meet again, and soon.
No, you got some answers. Like, literally. Come on. You don't get a story if I heard it all now, would you? Right, so who's in control of the Warrior of Light if Hydaelyn can't? Where's her echo power? Where's the character's echo power coming from then?
Oh, what a fine morning. Oh, still a bit stiff though.
And a good morning to you too. Taking a look at the island already?
Then let's go. Let's go. Might still be room in the prow if we're lucky.
Ah, the
Oh
sleepers
wow,
have
it
arisen.
plays here. Turn this up.
There she is.
Oh, an instrumental
old
as well.
Sharlian.
Oh, I see it.
Home. Home at last. Well, maybe not in Father's eyes, but we'll manage on our own, if we must.
You do know you're not alone in this, don't you? Indeed, 'tis as Sir Estinian said. Forget not the comrades who boarded this ship at your side, I prithee.
Thank you, my friends. We are ever grateful for your steadfast support.
Upon arrival, we will be disembarking into the heart of Sharlian proper. There is no greater concentration of wisdom in all the world. I am confident that somewhere within that center of knowledge and learning, we will find the answers we seek.
I hope to God they release a soundtrack to Endwalker like sooner rather than later. I'm not gonna lie though. Now I know the Endwalker theme has an instrumental. Oh, I'll listen to that non-stop.
Sharlian, the solitary island nation of the northern seas. Where under the watchful gaze of Thaliak, patron deity of scholars, academics hoard all manner of knowledge and secrets. Once, they deigned to accept foreign students into a distant colony maintained in the Dravanian hinterlands. How swiftly they abandoned it once the first Garlean boot set hostile foot on Ala Mhigan soil. So averse to the prosecution of war, these men of wisdom, your would-be allies.
Right, so at the Battle of Alamigo, then the Sharlians fucked off from Idealshire and, like, legged it here.
I thought they'd never let us off the ship. What's next, then? Entry applications?
Hopefully they find no cause to deny us.
Hasn't Sharlian all but severed relations with foreign powers? Those of us without direct ties, myself included, may be refused outright.
'Tis true that, as a nation, Sharlian only forms trade agreements with a select few neutral countries. But from a practical standpoint, an island cannot afford to be overly strict with its borders, especially not if that island's people are wholly devoted to the accumulation of knowledge.
That's an interesting juxtaposition, isn't it?
If one submits the proper paperwork, with satisfactory evidence of identity and intent, then foreigners may be granted entry.
May.
Quite. So let us be absolutely clear on these points before we proceed. The immigration officer will ask for your affiliation and your purpose of visit. Considering Sharlian's views on intervention, I strongly suggest we avoid any mention of the Scions.
But if Alphinaud's father is here, what's stopping him from grassing you all up?
Kral has laid the groundwork for us to act as associates of the students of Baldessian, and our ostensible reason for being here is to aid in their order's restoration. Grahatir, it might expedite our progress should an actual student be seen at the head of our little group. Would you mind leading the way?
Of course. The immigration officers were this way, as I recall. Shall we?
Hey, Grahatir, where have you been? Oh, I know, it's been chilling. Not that I've died in a tower or anything like that.
Greetings. We've just arrived and are eager to make our way into the city. Would you be so kind as to process our entry applications?
Certainly. I see by your mark you are an Archon.
I am. Grahatir of the Students of Baldessian at your service. I was assigned to an Eorzean survey team, but have returned to assist with the reformation of my order. My associates here will provide additional support.
Even though you're armed to the teeth, but yeah, sure, we'll let you pass. But wait, no, she isn't by yet. There's Lalafell smart.
I have paperwork detailing your group and its scheduled arrival for today.
Right, she's an idiot then.
And it seems some few of your companions are also Archons. If you'll step forward, we can process those applications first.
Ishtola rule.
Why do we get to hear Stola's first full name, but not Thancred's or Urianger's?
See how it glows? That list is etherically linked with the citizen registry kept in the main repository.
Even in Final Fantasy, there's no need for the pen, even when they use books.
I've confirmed your status as Archons and amended your travel records accordingly. Welcome home.
See, this is where we're destined as a human race. We've gone from pen to technology. What comes off the technology? Magic.
Now, who do we have here?
It's John Cena! No. Oh, you have to lie about your names.
Leveilleur.
Or don't.
And Alizé Leveilleur.
Dead Dad's just read the book and gone, shit.
Your applications have also been approved. Having said that, the streets are abuzz with talk of how House Leveilleur's lord disowned his young progeny. And while such personal circumstances constitute no reason to deny you entry, I urge you to avoid exacerbating your present situation. Times are quite troubled enough already.
We shall keep that in mind.
These last two are not Sharlayan natives, but you will find their credentials are in order. An application was made in advance.
Rejected?
Name and occupation?
Adventurer by trade, artisan, champion of Eorzea. Yeah, let's add inches to our massive dick.
And it is a title well earned, I can assure you.
Ah.
An adventurer by trade is what your documentation indicates. No mention of this particular title. Self-appointed, I take it. Either way, your employer seems willing to vouch for your character, so I shall, albeit reluctantly, grant you entry. Champion.
Yeah!
And you, sir?
Badass! Sir, badass.
Justinian Varlino, formerly of the Order of the Knights Dragoon in Ishgard.
Varlino? Ooh, okay. I thought it was Justinian Wormblood.
Formally, at least. And what, pray tell, is your profession now?
Badass.
If you'll allow me.
There's Krail. The damn Lalafels, man, they're everywhere.
My associate is a mercenary, hired for his strength at arms. Surely you are aware of the dangers we often face on our forays into the wilderness.
Mistress Baldessian, if you insist on sponsoring his entry, then so be it.
Man, she's got a massive big pen shoved up her ass. What is up with her? The attitude on her?
But while I appreciate that desperate times call for desperate measures, I find your choice of company concerning. Be advised that even a single misstep may have severe repercussions for your organization.
I have every confidence in my chosen company, dear and trusted comrades that they are. But I thank you for your concern.
Krail, it is good to see you.
Likewise. Long voyage notwithstanding, you will seem none the worse for wear. There is much to discuss, but this is hardly the place. Let's be on our way, shall we?
And they're all walking knowing full well they know where they need to go.
Welcome, friends, to Sharlayan.
As your mercenary, I should hope my welcome includes a generous salary.
I had to say something, Sir Taciturn.
Fucking hell. Do we get to explore this place now? I'm glad I spotted your ship coming into port. The officers are born bureaucrats and sticklers for detail. In any case, you may relax and take a moment to get your long legs back. Horse chestnut weapon cofferer. Oh no, let's glamour that straight away. Eh? How do I not have my Is it elemental? Oh, it was. Ooh, thank God for that. Thought I had the wrong axe on. Cradle sweeps the silence with a speculative look. I thought I had to launch directly into an explanation of what I've learned and how we might proceed. But this is Felcleave and Estinian's first time in Charlian, and for the rest of you, a homecoming that was long overdue. You must have places you wish to visit and people you're dying to see. Therefore, I propose we postpone our agenda so that we all may have sufficient time to recover from your journey and get your bearings in the city. Once you're settled in, we can reconvene at the Baldessian Annex. How does that sound? It is a fine suggestion, but we may not be welcome at the Levier estate as such, and I would like to nose around the neighbourhood all the same. I am equally untethered, as it were. There is no particular place that my kin call home. Still, I would not pass up the opportunity to reacquaint myself with the city. Likewise, a quick tour of our old haunts might even yield some useful gossip. Wait, so are all the Scions, for the most part, from Charlian? The annex was west of the Aetherite Plaza, was it? I shall join you there, Radan. Yes, we'll see you there. Because I know there were students of Louis Swab, but I didn't realise all of whom were practically from here. At your places I would be remiss for not visiting forthwith, by thy leave. What have you, Estinian? My services as a guide are yours for the asking. That won't be necessary until we reconvene. I prefer to wander as the wind takes me. But I could... Oh. Well, Raha, would you like to join us then? You've been gone for quite a while, and this will be a perfect way to refresh those dusty old memories of yours. Oh, of course, if you will have me. Come, Felcleave, Charlian awaits. After you, my friend, I am more than content to follow your lead. Grahatir is now... Wait, what? Keep him at your side in order to proceed with quest objectives. You can leave Grahatir behind by entering a different area using the Ethernet or by putting too much distance between you. You can also speak to Grahatir and select the option to part ways. If you wish to leave Grahatir to have Grahatir accompany you again, return and speak with him at the original location. While Grahatir is accompanying you, try speaking with Kryl. Oh my god! Please tell me you can have like 3 people follow you. See, like a party of 4, that'd be awesome. Also, then let us be on our way. Our first stop, amusingly enough, will be the Last Stand. It's a cafe on the west side of the harbour. Kryl is also now accompanying you. Lead your 2 companions to the Last Stand and speak with Kryl at a designated location. While you are accompanied, you may encounter conversation points along... Wow! So this is a contextual Final Fantasy 15 like thing going on here then. Enter the glowing area and speak with your quest companions to initiate these bonus conversations. Enjoy exploring your surroundings. That is a really cool way of lore dumping. Right, let's get rid of the minion. Come on, let's head to the cafe. You may not see him so at a glance, but the last stand is actually a very important part of the city. Oh, what a shame these aren't fully voice acted moments. That'd be so cool. That is one sight I could hardly forget, the great statue of Fanlik. As a student of Baldessian, I was usually quartered on the Isle of Val, but I would gaze upon the scholar's wise features every time I returned by ship to the city. Alright, so I see we've just walked into. This path leading out towards sea is known as the Thalic Stoa, so named for the statue of the scholar which stands at its end. As you know, the Sharlayan people prize the accumulation of wisdom above all else. Thus, when Thalic was chosen as our patron deity, it was more a matter of pragmatism than belief, and an alignment of principles, as it were. We may have honoured him with a rather impressive sculpture, yes, but our faith is not so restrictive as that of, say, the Ishgardians. Individual Sharlayans can and do worship the divinities of their choosing. And here we are, the last stand. I may have mentioned this before, but although our research into nutrition and food preparation is quite extensive, the average Sharlayan tends to regard seasoning and flavour with a certain indifference. Gotta go to bed now. Tomorrow's going to be a big day for me. See you next stream. On audio is spot on. Just saying. Oh yeah, thank you. Have a good night, pal, and I'll see you again. Catch you soon. How can I put this? The food is bland, as encapsulated by our infamous Archon love. The prevailing sentiment towards cuisine is dietary value first and taste a distant second. There was one pupil at the stadium, however, who could stomach the school's inbred meals no longer, so he quit his lessons and poured all his savings into building a proper eatery. So the last stand came to be. It is, as the name implies, the sole dedicated outpost of fine dining in Sharlayan, for an only Baldessian of culinary arts in an isle of otherwise mediocre fare. I seem to recall their burger being hailed as one of the more impressive items on the menu. Not that I ever had the pleasure of eating one myself. But you were a typical Sharlayan when it came to cheap and convenient. But surely Tataru has since taught you how to appreciate a well-prepared dish. We should all stop in when time permits and sample the cafe's delights. Shall we press on? The stairs to the side of the cafe there will take us up to the E3 Plaza. I'm getting Golden Key vibes from this. No, because we were talking about Final Fantasy 15 earlier. Wow. Bloody hell. This game's so madly populated right now. Attune to the ether, right? I'm gonna need to set this as my home point for now, aren't I? An unusual shape, isn't it? I assure you, however, it is a perfectly functioning aetherite. Remember to attune yourself before we move on. Just done that. Now, being the diligent tour guide that I am, I should make mention of the Confluence, a research facility located on this very plaza. It is much vaunted discoveries are the reason Sharlayan stands at the forefront of teleportation technology. In deciphering the underlying principles of Allegan Aetherites, it allowed us to understand and reconstruct what was essentially a lost art. And if we go to our next destination, our path leads northeast to Agora, Sharlayan's largest marketplace. Still bearing in mind here, Heidelin has admitted that she no longer is able to kind of like bless the Warrior of Light. So how are we traveling the ether right around this world now? Discuss the bookstores. Do you mind if I browse the shelves for a moment? There might be some hidden gems I've yet to read. Only a moment. How optimistic? Feel free to browse all you like, but we won't wait around for you. Perhaps I'll return later then. These little open air bookstores are so uniquely Sharlayan. I'd always thought they were common sight until I visited other nations. Welcome to the Agora, where you'll find wares made in Sharlayan as well as a wide selection of imported goods. They also sell questionable prototypes and various research things. For the love of God. But I think that practice has thankfully died. The practice thankfully died out for the most part. They were making sex toys in Sharlayan. That's amazing. Am I overselling it? On a more serious note, the next stop on our tour is one which has particular relevance to our ultimate purpose here. We must head back to the Aetherite Plaza, follow the path north and climb up the stairs to that imposing building at the very top. Oh, so this is going to be where we saw Y'shtola in the trailer talking to Alphinaud's father. These little decorative features are typical of Sharlayan architecture. Aside from the research wing, our headquarters on the Isle of Val were rather simple and rustic by comparison. This is a I can't pronounce that word. Nymphaeum, an area dedicated to the blessings of water. For Sharlayans, water represents more than a life-sustaining liquid. It is a reminder of the great flood that precipitated the birth of our nation, as well as a symbol of the knowledge which flows from Sephic's divine river, or Thalix, whatever. This is the reason you see an abundance of fountains throughout the city and a propensity for utilising water as a decorative feature in our architecture. Archon's design. Wow. Yeah, I am feeling a Final Fantasy 15 inspiration with this. Like, what was that city called in 15? Where Luna Freya's dresses, that was kind of inspired by Venice in Italy. Like, that's what this place is reminding me of a lot. The grand structure before you is the Rostera. The name refers to the original public platform erected here, upon which a forum of elected representatives would deliver orations and debate policy. This is sounding a lot like the Tempest, from where and at Selkirk Convocation of 14 are, well, were. All the stages since evolved into council chambers, the nature of the forum and the duties of its members remain largely. Oh, I'm seeing parallels here between this and the first. Am I boring you, Raha? You seem awfully distracted. My apologies from here, one can see the entire city spread out below. Does this to put me in mind of my arrival in the first? Those who had gathered in the Crystal Tower asked me how they might go about building a new home. Naturally, my answers were all inspired by my knowledge of the finest settlement I could think of, the great city of Sharlayan. And bit by bit, those few buildings grew into a town, a community, the Crystarium. I can almost see its echo. I'd say feel free to come up here whenever you wish. I don't think about the councillors who would object to simply enjoying the view. Such memories should be treasured. For now, however, the tour must go on. Our spectacle of sightseeing concludes with the fittingly named Journey's End. Walk down the stairs to the east and continue straight ahead. We arrived at Journey's End. History tells us that this was where those who put ashore the Archon Deum Keph built their first. Okay. In the present day, it serves as a residential district for the most important officials and oldest Sharlayan families. You see that one mansion is clearly larger than its neighbours. The estate belongs to our friends from House Levier. Oh, so he's an egotistical arsehole then. All things considered, we should probably keep our distance for the time being. And with that, we bring our little Sharlayan tour to a close. I hope it has proven to be an entertaining and enlightening experience. Now, shall we head directly into the Baldessian Annex? You remember the way, don't you, Raha? Let me think. We head down towards the harbour, cross the bridge to our right, then follow the path below to the Aetheryte Plaza. Correct, after you fell cleave. So literally now I'm expecting to walk down here by a body of water now, and just like this voice out of nowhere, gondola! That'd be funny as hell. How has this place not seen war? As the joyous look on Raha's face, as though undoubtedly informed you, this is the Baldessian Annex. If you continue up the hill, you'll arrive on the doorstep of a phenomenon, but I think we've explored enough for one day. We can take you there another time. Inside with you then. Oh, that's me, Todd. I'm back. I've brought Felcleave and Raha with me. Ah, you were right about the ship then. Hello. I've not really done much yet, Lou. I've literally just been taken to the new city. Sort of set up. Have you tried new jobs? No, not yet. I'm just diving into the story. I'm not going to bother with the new jobs until I've finished Endwalker's story. I'm going through this as a warrior. You were right about the ship. Hello, Graha. It's nice to see you again. And it's a pleasure to finally meet you, Felcleave. I've heard many a tale of your exploits. Ojika Tsunak. It's been an age. I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce them. Allow me to introduce Tsunjika, Administration Officer for the students of Baldessian. He oversees the day-to-day business of the Annex. You may recall his cousin. No, I don't. Ah, yes, Eureka. Ah. I read the initial reports. Quite a shock to hear what's become of the Isle. Do take care if you have the opportunity to rejoin the expedition. I want to get the armor from that. Turn fire on. This place is like a second home for the students. The Isle of Val served as our main headquarters, of course, but we often had occasion to visit Sharlayan. Whether to make use of the city's research facilities, attend conferences, or procure supplies from distant shores. And the Annex was built to provide lodgings for our members while engaged in such activities. Since our former headquarters, along with the Isle itself, vanished, the Annex has served as our base of operations, and yet it feels so empty. With so many lost to us, our organisation is a shell of its former self. The day will come when we will see the students rise again. Ugh. But first, we must ensure the telephony fall. Through that door on the left is the main hall where we can discuss our options moving forward. Once everyone arrives, that is, you'll probably have time to rest before our discussions begin in earnest. I've had private quarters prepared for you in the Andron, so please feel free to make yourself at home. The nap room is perfect for an afternoon doze. Imagine if we got if Thingy showing himself again. Oh, what's the Warrior of Light called from the first now? I forget his bloody name, and I should do because he was my favourite character in Shadowbringers. Oh, I'll know his voice when I hear it. Ardbert, that's it. Oh, I didn't mean to give you the wrong impression. The gyms are quite well appointed, far more so than some cheap roadside inn, you may be assured. 'Twas simply that we were often so busy with research or exhausted from journeys abroad that we would slip into the Andron just to steal a few winks. And thus they became known as students as nap rooms, even if so many naps might last well into the following morning. Say the word and I'll be happy to show you to your chamber. Hopefully the others won't be too long in coming. I'll wait you all in the main hall. Just goes into a room, opens a window, remembers. What's his face? I forgot his name again. And he doesn't appear. Ardbert. Feeling refreshed and alert, our colleagues should be wandering in soon, so I suggest we stay here and wait for them to join us. Right, we go, cutscene.
Pray forgive me. I was delayed.
It's fine, Oriange. We're all here now. Let's get down to business then, shall we? Come what may, we must prevent the Telephoros' plans from coming to fruition. At present, I see two paths for gathering the information which may aid us in achieving that goal. The first involves an investigation into the change which has come over Sharlayan, not to mention the recent inscrutable behavior of the Forum. As most of you know, the 99 members of the Forum are elected from the general populace. This alone guarantees a plethora of opinion with regards to foreign policy.
So basically we're going to be like Steven Crowder here now. We're going to go in and try and change everyone's mind.
The bibliotheques, for example, are a group of conservatives which would have Sharlayan focus on recording history, while remaining entirely uninvolved in the making of it. And at the other extreme, we have advocates for proactive diplomacy and direct intervention. My grandfather Galuf was one such member, as was Archon
Galuf. Was he in Final Fantasy IV? A character's name that was in 4 anyway.
Yet despite our diverse factions and philosophies, the recent vote to deny Eorzea's request for assistance was unanimous.
They couldn't change his mind though, Chris. No, what I mean is we're going to be the ones going inside. We're going to the university here to kind of like put our point across and see how stubborn they kind of stay.
Even more concerning was
we need to go to war, change my mind, and we're going to piss off a bunch of uni students.
For their recalcitrance.
Fortuno's refusal in Gridania had those same undertones. 'Twas as if, having stared unblinking into the face of impending doom, it simply turned away to pursue something more important. But what could that possibly be?
A mystery indeed.
and one which I ask for your help to solve. Our future may depend on it. As for our second potential path, it concerns a request made directly to the students of Baldesion. Our organization was founded primarily to study strange and unexplained phenomena the world over. Mysterious relics and ruins, arcane disturbances, and so forth.
I don't think he ever got his mind changed, you know. It wasn't about actually changing someone's mind, it was just trying to find common ground and understanding between people with different opinions.
Compared to our more isolationist Charlian colleagues, we have strong connections overseas, namely with scholars and academics who share our passion for the unknown. The request in question comes from one such acquaintance, Nidana, an alchemist residing in distant Thavnair.
Okay.
Her missive describes the sudden appearance of a tower, and the subsequent summoning of what I can only assume is a lunar primal. In response to this threat, the satrap of Radzat-Han, the individual who governs the city-state, has instructed the alchemists to find a means to deal with the spire.
The artisans of that land are heirs to an ancient tradition, one rather unlike that of their Uldan counterparts. It is possible, nay, probable, that they have gleaned truths unattainable by Eorzea or her Far Eastern allies.
They do, in fact, appear to have a strategy in mind, though it will require further research. To that end, they have requested an introduction to a capable warrior shielded by the blessing of light.
Have you watched a lot of this stuff then? Oh, of this stuff? I've seen bits.
Assuming we divide our forces to pursue both of Kral's lines of inquiry, then having you join the group heading to Thavnair would seem the obvious choice. But the investigation in Charlian is of vital importance as well. Equal, I think, to the Thavnarian one, given that the fate of the world may hinge on the results of both.
Yes, it is quite the quandary.
Quandary? What word?
Though it is a great imposition and an altogether too common one, our efforts would be more likely to succeed were you to lead the charge on both fronts.
Why did she say that?
You are indeed our champion. As to which task to tackle first, we will defer to your decision. Let us next decide how everyone else might best be assigned. As for myself, I shall continue what I've begun in Charlian. I should also like to steal the services of an Archon or two.
And thereby gain access to a greater range of reading material. I will help with that.
Oh, the enthusiasm to read. No, thank you.
Allow me to offer my assistance. I have some small amount of experience in the field of research.
Alize and I would also like to help, if you would have us.
She said two.
Anything to understand even a fraction of what our father and the Forum might be thinking. Of course, the more the merrier.
All right then.
Right. The rest of us will make the journey to Thavnair. Thoughts? Objections?
I passed through Thavnair on my way to infiltrate the Empire, and though I'm not qualified to give a guided tour, I did gain a sense of where things lie.
I love the voice actor we're seeing. I don't know what his name is, but he sounds so fucking good. I love his voice.
I'll be happy to have you along then. So for this group, it will be you, me, and Urianger.
Give me a moment afterwards, and I'll supply you with all the details of Nidana's request. Consider this hall our rendezvous point once our respective tasks are complete. May our investigations prove fruitful.
So it's got a box full of new gear. Cat skin jacket of Fendon. Oh no! Thank God I can like infinitely die. If only I had my armor on me. Oh, there we go. We got it. Thank God. Tancred is eager to set forth for Thavnir. I have Krail's instructions in hand. If you are ready to set out, then so are we. Having been to Thavnir before, I can travel by Aetheryte. But what of the rest of you? Another sea voyage would waste time we do not have. Krail was of the same mind and has already secured the aid of the good folk of the Confluence. We'll take ourselves there. Oh. The Confluence, thou sayest? I'm afraid so, my friend. Oh, the rest of the sounds are getting a bit of a character development now, aren't they? Thou will recall the horn for Isar. Unto those sanctuary we delivered thee owing to the knowledge of our comrade Moonbreeder. Moonbreeder was an authority on aetherology, a field of study that she did embark upon in pursuit of her parents' example. Both are authorities in their own right and both are researchers at the Confluence. Haven't you gone to see them yet? I intended to do so earlier, but to my shame my courage failed me at the last. As it hath the many times I thought to reach out to them after sending that fateful letter. Neither time nor introspection have travelled unto me the words I should speak, and thus have I kept my silence. Whether you come with us or no, it's your choice and yours alone. If it is too difficult, we'll manage. Thou art kind to say so, but I have no intention of forsaking our cause. I shall go to the Confluence, and I shall face that which hath long been overdue. If it's settled, then let us be off. When we arrive, we shall look for a researcher named Crate. Or Crate, I don't know. Krail is intent on uncovering the reason behind the forum's inexplicable behaviour. An unsettling change has come over Charlene, but together we will divine the underlying cause for the forum's callousness. As I mentioned before, however, questioning the councillors directly is a fruitless endeavour. They seem to have already come to a consensus as to what and how little they are willing to divulge, which is why I began scouring Charlene's archive of historical records for any hint of a connection to the final days. Suffice it to say that progress has been slow. There are only so many dusty pages one can skim in a day. But now that I have this band of willing reinforcements, the search should proceed all the swifter. Let us reconvene outside No Men on Shower. Exit the annex to the right and you will find the archives on the western edge of the woods. Bloody hell, check this biker out here. Look at what people running around, there's reapers already. Oh, what's that? The hunt for specimens. Oh, we've got something to unlock there as well. know, is there not a sightseeing spot here? There's gotta be. The diminutive gleaner is on the lookout for an able-bodied adventurer. Do you my eyes to see me, or you fell cleave 4 days? Yes. Well, as I live and breathe, it is you. I knew you'd be the first to track you down. Who's the guild ship's top hunter now? Wait, you have heard of guild ship hunts, yes? They are not so different from the hunts you're familiar with in Eorzea. As I understand it, I'd wager they've more rather challenging, but an adventurer of your caliber would never turn down a challenge, would you? No, you would not. Pray speak with no authority at the poorer side to register your interest at your earliest convenience. I'm not interested in hunts right now. Not gonna lie. Oh, hang on. That might be some cheeky free XP. Experience points. Oh shit, what's that gear you've got on? By the skull of your fell cleave, I was half convinced that I'd set the others on an impossible task asking them to find you. The Gleaner's Guild has begun posting hunt bills, you see, in the hopes that capable individuals will take up arms to lighten the ever-increasing load. Unfortunately, capable individuals remain the sticking point. Few hailing from our fair polis are willing to take up their arms, let alone able to stand against more fearsome specimens. You, however, have the experience and the grit that we need. When I heard you had arrived on our shores, it was music to my ears. You needn't work for free, of course. We've done our research, and the rewards we offer are as fine as any you'll find abroad. The currency we employ is a relic of the times when Gleaner was a great deal less figurative, so you may find it somewhat eccentric, but it's all as good as guild here. Speaking of eccentric, you should be noted that the majority of our clients are scholars. You probably won't have heard of half the creatures they sent you after, but I find it's best to not worry about that overmuch. Slay beasts, collect samples, trying to think about long-term effects of touching said samples and get paid. Simple, no? That being said, I wouldn't dream of throwing you in the deep end just yet. Let's have you start off with some junior marks so we can get your feet wet. Yeah, we got experience, that's all that matters. Yeah, that's cool. Is that a Beast Tribe quest already? Or will that be like a delivery one? So like, yeah, then now it's starting to feel a lot like a deal Shire now. Mischievous Makote. Oh wow, they're either we're seeing more children in the game now, aren't we? Mischievous Makote looks at you expectantly. If I ask you for help, you'll help me, won't you? You will? Good. Because I'm having a problem with a runaway doll. That's right. All I did was lend him a little aether and he hopped up and dashed down off the street. Mama and Papa brought him for me as a special gift. Now I've gone and lost him. They'll be furious with me for losing the toy I kept asking for, so please, you have to help me find him. Okay, I'll hurry on to see if he went there. And you search the rest of the city. Oh, he's a yellow carbuncle dog, by the way, and I think he was headed north. Anyway, meet me back here when you have him. Or, you know, you just give up. Right, north, so this way. Basil, sync with the Aetheryte. A yellow carbuncle. I'm not really seeing anything. Saying that though, I don't think it'd be kind of like anywhere out in the open, would it? Let's be honest. Probably hidden behind a building or something. It's actually a gorgeous town, this. I really like the look of it. Can you actually go inside of it? No. Of course not. Closed doors. Why would they open? Oh, there we go. Carbuncle. You find a yellow carbuncle doll lifelike expressions aside. It appears to be otherwise motionless. Return to Journey's End, deliver him to the mischievous Makote. You can't use mounts in here, can you? No. Got to do the side quests, you know, it's passive XP leveling up, and I don't want to hit like a point where it tells me to level up like 2 levels. Seem caught, right, okay. Hello friend, you are new to Charlian, you have a look about you. I thought as much, as I'm not bothering you, am I? Oh, I'm not bothering you, am I? I so rarely meet travellers from beyond our shores and come pass up the opportunity to broaden my horizons. Can I assume a visitor such as yourself is eager to do the same? If you have an interest in learning about the city's history, for example, then I know the perfect person to give you an impromptu lesson. Head over to Scholar's Harbour and keep an eye out for the black-haired Ronageddon. I don't know how you pronounce them. That will be my brother. He'll know the tale of any pillar and statue you care to point out, and will be more than happy to share it with you. Are you one of those adventuring types I've heard so much about? Oh, but this is perfect. I just happen to have an errand of the kind that adventurers love, so I'm told. I'm holding on to some volumes my customers ordered, but instead of coming to pick them up, they've all decided that they want their goods delivered. So I find myself in need of a delivery drudge person. Might that person be you? Huzzah! Let me give you the details then. All in all, there are 3 books on the delivery docket. The first, Ishgardian Astrology, a comprehensive theory, should be handed to the servant at Albright Manor. The white yonder is for a certain talkative book lover, who you'll know by the constant stream of chatter, and the last narrow road through the deep grass goes one of the toughest, most unflappable gleaners I have ever met. I'll just mark the locations on this handy map like so. The books are bought and paid for, no need to collect any coin, but do return to me for your own reward. But there's that paladin with a cape right there. Huh. Oh no, it's a healer. Astrologian. I think one of the first 2 classes I want to try in this game is going to be Sage. Just because of the funnels from Gundam are its weapons. How can I not play that? It's going to make me it's going to make me remember now which book they want. Oh no, it's not. Yes, finally, did you know the White Yonder was written by a lad of 14 years? I myself questioned how reliable such work could possibly be, but a far recent colleague with whom I've been exchanging correspondence says he absolutely swears by it. It describes the wonders of the Alberthian Sea of Clouds in exquisite detail, and is by all accounts a roaring good read. The bit about fighting Pisces is said to be especially entertaining episode. Wow, these really are a sheltered bunch of people, aren't they? Well, I should let you return to your deliveries and whatnot. Thank you kindly for putting in this long-awaited treat into my ever so grateful hands. The driver read about the outside world rather than bloody see it. Right, to carry on with the main story. My directions were easy enough to follow, I hope. In any case, you stand now before the doors of No Manon, Charlene's grandest collection of books and tomes. This building is actually only an entrance, and one of many at that, for the archives of No Manon extend deep beneath the surface like roots of a tree. The vast halls of the great global library pale in comparison to the Noman's endless maze of subterranean chambers. Any citizen of Charlene is free to enter and pursue its shelves. Well, most of its shelves, only Archons are afforded access to certain restricted vaults. I've dispatched a stolen Raha to investigate those. Meanwhile, Ali Saint Alphino will help me continue my search through the sacks open to the general public. Your status presents more of a problem though. As a non-citizen, you are only permitted to browse the first floor here at the entrance. Even so, there should be a number of books which touch upon Charlene history or foreign policy. Your task will be to find and study the relevant publication. Oh, I didn't mean to skip that. Let us be about it, shall we? I've told others to meet us at the stone branches over there once they have found some promising tomes. Happy reading. Wow. Ah, right, okay. So Grahati is like how many floors down? Title on the spine reads Roads of the Old Colony. Read the book. Right, we go. Ugh. Oh, right, good. We don't have to say it actually. Yeah, we do. Many years ago, on the banks of the Thalic in the Dravidian hinterlands, a Charlene colony once thrived. The settlement was originally established as a mere outpost to study of the ethereal sea in the year 3011 of the 6th astral era. So this is Ideal Shire then they're talking about here. Scholars dispatched to the Eos who found the facilities wanting, and their demands encouraged by a gradual expansion in structures and services. As rumours spread of a growing community of academics, the area was further inundated with Eorzean students hoping to share in the renowned wisdom of the Charlians. 50 years later, the Forum passed a motion to recognise what had become the forest in town as an official Charlian colony. Eorzean residents took to calling the colony itself Charlian, which led to no small amount of confusion when discussions turned into the subject of the motherland. In response to some Charlian inhabitants, if pressed for a name, would simply refer to it as Emporium. Following the Great Exodus, however, goblins and treasure hunters claimed for themselves a corner of the abandoned colony, which gave it yet another name, Idealshire. The following chapters go on to introduce the most prominent features of Idealshire. The book does not appear to contain additional information on the Forum, or cover the history of the Charlian motherland in greater detail. The voice of a growling sea is going to be Uldar. In the years which followed the founding of Charlian, civic policy and other matters of importance were decided at the Ecclesia, a public forum at which every citizen was eligible to speak. As the city's population grew, however, this format became increasingly impractical. The large number of participants gave rise to an ever longer debates, resulting in significant delays of vital resolutions. This is basically the Tempest. So is this going to kind of get at the reason the rejoining might happen now and the final days might happen? Is it the people of Charlian don't stop bitching? Is that going to be the point? Various measures were introduced in an attempt to curtail protracted discussions, but in the year 2201 of the 6th astral era, it was ultimately decreed that Charlian would transition to a new form of governance. The nation would now be led by a body of 99 members, citizens chosen from amongst their peers by means of a nationwide vote. Thus was the Forum as we know it today conceived and created. Yeah, and the Tempest was what the Convocation of 14, wasn't it? And they'd sell their matters in this exact same style. And obviously they're making a point of there being 99 here in Charlian just means the bitching's gonna go on longer. Is this why they don't go all and would rather run away before they can come to a conclusion? I guess sometimes this is why emotivism can outweigh Logic. A title on the spine reads An Introduction to the Heavens. You just think yourself to death practically, aren't you here? Have you ever gazed at the skies above and contemplated the mysteries contained therein? I speak not of shifting cloud patterns, but the vastness beyond and the sun and the twinkling tapestry of the night. Some think the dome above us to be a finite space, yet amongst the leading thinkers of our age, one scholar's depiction of our boundless sea of stars has firmly taken root. Alas, this heavenly sea remains an unreachable, unknowable destination. There are few indeed who can explain in satisfactory detail why our own star is believed to revolve around the sun. It was the It was the technologists of Alag who came closest to understanding the laws which govern that starry abyss. It was they that launched Dalamud and sought to expand beyond our earthbound existence. Dalamud being the thing that imprisoned Bahamut, right? Having read of their ancient ambitions, I wonder, has your interest in this field of study waxed and waned? What if I were to tell you that the eternal constellations were arranged differently in the distant past? That their positions continue to shift almost imperceptibly, but measurably as we journey into the future? Would it shock you to learn that the stars drift further and further apart, or may indeed do so forever? Are you eager to learn more? This book is on the wrong subject. Search for works that contain details on the forum mentioned in the history of Sharlayan. Well worn manual, it's going to be this, isn't it? The spine reads Forever 20 Summers. My beloved seekers of knowledge, have you ever put learning before your health and neglected to feed and rest your body as you should? I too once engaged in such foolish practices, but one night engrossed in philosophical study I had an epiphany. For all the world's mysteries that drive us into reckless abandon, we have very few years of life in which to achieve our goals. Thus I dare share with you this mantra: I am forever 20 summers young. The number itself is unimportant. You could be 19 or 23 or 40. Whatever age you are when you discover this manual, let that be the age you aspire to remain. Through mindful, healthy living will you extend the time available to spend upon your chosen research. Another day, another moon, another summer to grasp the greater truths you pursue. In the pages that follow, we will explore the secrets of maintaining one's physical condition from the biological, ethereological, and arcane viewpoint. Might as well not that book then. That's fine. Time-worn tone, stewards of wisdom. During the chaos of the 6th Umbral Calamity, Archon, whatever your name is, founder of Sharlayan, bore witness to the madness of savagery of men brought to the brink of despair. Upon raising a settlement on the island of the Northern Empty, he instructed these people thus: renounce the ways of art and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason. Sounds a lot like Japan then. Sharlayans took heart to the words of their saviour and thenceforth served as stewards of wisdom. Upon a foundation of accumulated learning, they built a homeland unlike any other nation, born from strength of minds rather than strength of arms. With knowledge of economics came shrewd trading. With knowledge of agriculture became bountiful crops. Engineering brought wells and skewers, ending in squabbles over water. This sounded a lot like Japan. Wealth of expertise could be bartered for wealth in coin, but the more their wisdom spread throughout the world, the more mankind as a whole would thrive. And so it was that no matter the trials and tribulations of the age, the citizens of Sharlayan would live by their founders' teachings. For the sake of a better tomorrow, for the sake of a brighter star, they would eschew the tools of war with the knowledge to deliver the world. Where's this last tome going to be? Bright coloured book. Story of Sharlayan. Long ago. Oh, I've already read this one. Maybe I didn't. Can't read it again. Long, long ago on an island in the Northern Sea, there lived a renegade man by the name of Neon Krempf. So as he built a gigantic ship, assembled the crew and set sail for that Imperial realm. The flood arrived as foretold, and to their horror, the strangely churning waters drove the people towards the ocean. It was there, however, that the Founder's crew hauled them above his ark, but the danger had not passed. A towering wave approached, threatening to smash the vessel to pieces. With only moments to spare, Founder wove a mighty spell of teleportation and shifted the entire ship to safety atop of Albertha's spine. Refugees from the surrounding regions huddled there alongside them, but it was not long before disputes over the dwindling supply of food led to violence and bloodshed. Saddened by the sight, the Founder gathered to him his crew and his grateful passengers and abandoned the ark to those reddened peaks. They journeyed to the coast where they built a new ship intent upon returning to the northern seas. They landed on a beach of an island and settled upon that very spot. That settlement prospered and grew, and in time it became the city of Sharlayan we live in this day. Okay, I can't even see. There's your destination. Sorry, were you waiting long? Where's Alphino? I wanted to make sure that I borrowed at least a few promising volumes. Alphino and Krail should also be along shortly. Hello, fellow human. I am a human, just like you. I was wondering, whilst running very fast today through loop-de-loops and warm zones, what's your favourite Sonic Adventure 2 song would be? I told you, man, my favourite Sonic song's Sonic Underground. Joking. I don't have one, Ian. What's your favourite Sonic Adventure 2 song? I was delayed in a similar fashion. As far as I could see, no titles in the Archon stacks mentioned the final day specifically. So we have no choice but to start with the tangibly relevant tomes, even if they are even that. At present, the plan is to skim through as quickly as we dare and share our discoveries as we make them. It would have been nice to invite everyone to the estate, plenty comfortable places to eat and a ready supply of hot tea. Oh, I was quite fond of reading outside, but it's not about the little pleasures, is it? You miss your home. Why? Escape to the city, of course. It's been difficult. After our arrival, we managed to speak with one of the family servants and ask how things were. It seems our dear father has instructed the staff that even if Alphino and I were to return to Sharlayan, we were not to be allowed access to the threshold. A harsh measure indeed. I hope that our efforts to understand his position and that of the Forum will perhaps lead to a reconciliation. We'll mend this rift one day, I'm certain of it. But what of you, Graha? Have you been to visit your family, or do they not live here in the city? He doesn't have no family. Ah well, my situation is that's somewhat complicated. I was raised in Sharlayan, yes, but I was born rather further away. In the southern regions of Ilzabad, in fact, for generations my people have dwelt in the Corvos, the coastal region opposite the island of Thavnir. The Allagans founded a city in that fertile land and by ship brought in subjugated tribes of the Makote to serve as labourers. So, wait, he's a keeper of the sun? Damn! You were, oh my god, so Graha was a sex slave practically then? Right? Of course, the massive earthquakes of the 4th Umbral Calamity brought an end to the Empire's reign, and when the 5th Calamity froze the seas solid, many of the tribes still living in Corvus braved the journey back to Eorzea. My ancestors, however, choose to remain that they might prevent the remnants of the Allagan technology from being misused. Isn't Corvus under Garlean rule? For the past 50 years, yes, some semblance of a local culture remains, as is the case of most imperial provinces, but Garlemald renamed the region Locus Aemonius. When I was a boy, a nearby town came under the jurisdiction of illustrious imperial family, the nobles of House Darnus. House Darnus demonstrated a singular interest in Allagan civilization, and so my tribe was forced to consider a plan of action. For some time already, voices had been raised in favour of abandoning our ancient customs. After all, the Allagan Eye no longer passed to our eldest children, as it reliably once had. Fear of discovery eventually tipped the scales, and the decision was made to bury our ties to the knowledge and traditions of Allag. As the last child born with the Allagan Eye, I was given the custody of the friends of the students of Baldessian, who had registered as a Sharlayan citizen. I never even considered, forgive me, it was an unkind question. Even Thancred was taken in by Archon Louisoir, was he not? The story of adopted wives and rescued ovens are more common on Sharlayans than you might think. Yet, regardless of our origins, we are all provided with an equal opportunity to learn, and with sufficient prosperity, we outsiders can even earn the vaunted title of Archon. This is exactly why I have such love for this country, and why I wish it to remain a nation of which its citizens can be proud. Hear, hear. Another good reason to get to the bottom of the forum is stubbornness, aside from the trifling matter of our impending doom. Excuses while we try to make some headway into these books, Valcleve. More company should be arriving any moment now. So he left Corvus as a young boy then, so he wasn't old enough to be made a sex slave, so the Makoti tribe can survive. That's a lucky escape, I guess. I just spilled fucking energy drink everywhere. We've returned with our selections. Although I must say, the pickings were rather quite slim indeed. Mistress Krail has already flickered through every history book devoted to disasters, on more than which a few barely made mention of them. As such, we'll be looking into research papers on umbral calamities, as well as articles written by prominent forum members. Perhaps their knowledge of the final days comes as from an unexpected source. It's got to be Louisoir, surely. Speaking of which, might I ask you a few questions related to the final days? I'm the only one here who didn't witness the events of Amarok firsthand, and I fear I may be overlooking critical details. My thanks now, where to begin? First things first, what kind of phenomena did the Asians encounter as the final days drew nigh? Oh, we're getting the questions. Complete destabilization of creation of magic's primals of unrivaled power were summoned from the ether, yeah? The worst kind of phenomena you can imagine. I believe Hydaelyn and Zodiac were summoned after the final days that arrived, quite deliberately in fact. If we are speaking of phenomena caused by the final days, the chaos of creation of magic run rampant is what first comes to mind. Fear and despair manifested in terrible, tangible fashion. Meteors raining from the sky, fire erupting from the ground, indescribable abominations prowling the streets. That more or less aligns with my understanding. If only the arts of creation had survived until the present day, we might have had something substantial to analyse. To the best of our knowledge, however, those techniques were not preserved or passed on. Eustola summarises that the closest known magic is that of the summoning rituals promulgated by the Asians. Were there aught else of note which heralded the approach of the final days? The sounds engulfed by disaster all at once. They say it began with a keening sound on the land itself. We'll go with that. So I don't think that detail was ever mentioned in Shadowbringers. Ah yes, the Armo team spoke of it, didn't they? We never did hear this sound ourselves, of course, thrust we as we were into the midst of madness. But it seems that each and every one of the catastrophes was preceded by an ominous noise. Eventually it resounded all across the start, and not even Amarok was spared. So the ground was crying out, you say? We're getting very Final Fantasy VII here, aren't we? To be considered the harbinger of doom, it must be even quite distinctive and probably quite loud. I'll have to speak to one of the Nomonians' mammoths and ask after any books which may make mention of such a sound. Last but not least, would you describe how the ancients sought to call this unprecedented calamity? What definitive action did they take? Sacrificing everybody. Wait, no, they summoned Hydaelyn to stop that, didn't it? Because Hydaelyn stopped Zodiac. Because Zodiac was summoned because... Or did Hydaelyn come after? It's one... Oh, this is going to be annoying. I'm going to say Hydaelyn. I've got a funny feeling it might be Zodiac, though. Yeah. Zodiac, who was summoned in response to the final days, many sacrificed themselves to bring him into being, with Elidibus serving as his heart. We do not know exactly how Zodiac brought salvation to the start, only that his godlike will were the laws of nature set out right. Then once the balance was redressed, the ancients offered up a third of a sacrifice to heal the ravages to the final days. Life sprouted anew, but it was like these fledgling souls they intended to render unto Zodiac a trade that would have allowed them to resurrect the shades of loved one absorbed by the primal. Or might have, had Vanette and her fellows not manifested their opposition in the form of Hydaelyn. Right, yeah, so Hydaelyn was in answer to Zodiac. I just could not remember which way around that was. Thank you both of you for a detailed review. I feel much more confident now in understanding of events. With all that freshly in mind, it does make me wonder what the Telephroi truly mean when they speak of bringing back the final days. We've seen what they're doing with these fellow we've seen what they're doing with these towers of theirs is forcing people to summon primals, a kind of catalyst. Are they attempting to mirror the conditions caused by unstable creation magics? Or are they simply using the final days as a figure of speech, a convenient metaphor for the scale of destruction they plan to unleash? But this is all just pointless conjecture at this stage. Let us return to our attention to the forum, shall we? We should keep an eye out for Y'shtola, but 'tis time we began studying these research papers. Honestly, I didn't think this would be so heavy on the text over cutscene, I'm not gonna lie. And the last time my extended search of the Archon stacks produced one or two possibly useful books, but I wouldn't get your hopes up. If you recall, Urianger learned of the source's reflections from the Grievran oracles. For its potential to cause panic and confusion, that tome was deemed apocrypha and sealed away in the Great Google Library. It is even less likely that the knowledge of the unsundered world, not to mention the horrors of the final days, would be left sitting on a shelf for any curious scholar to find. It stands to reason then that my colleagues, be they Archons or Councillors, should perforce be largely ignorant of the subject. Yet when you confronted Master Fortunaut with the knowledge of the Telephroi and their machinations, he scoffed at the suggestion that they posed a threat. He seemed adamant that the Forum would know if the final days were truly upon us, which only supports the conclusion that whatever privileged wisdom is guiding the Forum's behaviour is being kept secret from the rest of the nation. Not that I mean to excuse myself from reading duty. Whether they can turn mention of the final days or no, these books could yet hold something of value. You weren't thinking of leaving, were you? There's plenty of work for everyone. You labour for what feels like an age of Y'shtola's research as Y'shtola's research assistant. Prio. There we go. Oh dear, you look exhausted. But what about your studies? Were you able to find any books on subjects I mentioned? That's a no. Then a day was well spent. Oh, she did. Okay. Should you wish to read them again, a memo at the reference desk will point you in the right direction. For the moment, though, I suggest you take a well-deserved rest. We might be occupied with our research for quite some time. Cat skin boots offending. Cast armor. Weathered boy boots. There you go, Ali say. I'll see you appears in desperate need of a study break. Ready for a tea break, Falcleave? I know I am. Honestly, my neck and shoulders are going to calcify if I don't stretch my legs and walk around for a bit. You know the last stand down in the harbour, don't you? Come meet me near the outside tables. I'll treat you to their coffee. It's quite good. See if we can stop by and pick up some side quests while we're walking here. Oh, we got one over there. Waiting woman. How long must I wait? Oh, forgive me, I was just thinking out loud. I made plans to meet my paramour, you see, but the time of our rendezvous is long past. Oh, she was stood up, unlucky. As a member of the forum, his work keeps him ever so busy. Even more than usual in recent days, he still promised he would put some time aside for me, for us. I don't suppose your wanderings will take you anywhere near the Founder's site today, will they? I need someone to check in if he's there while I stay here, just in case. Thank you ever so much. My tidy sweetheart is an orrery man. Brown hair, serious mane. Should you happen to spot him, pray convey the state of my rapidly mounting impatience. He's gonna be like, oh shit, run here and gone. Oh, is that all? We're not here attuned to that, have we? Right, let's get our running legs on. As busy as ever, I see. How very Charlian that no other gourmet cafe has sprung up for compete for customers. Actually, this crowd gives me an idea. Before we place an order, why don't we ask a few questions and gauge the mood of the city? I'm interested to hear what the average citizen has to say about the Telephoroi. We might even learn something new. Worth a try, don't you think? I'll say he's now accompanying you. Yeah. Right, cool. What is it? Can a man not enjoy a moment of private respite? If you're looking to share a table, then I respectfully request that you look elsewhere. You misunderstand, sir. We were simply wondering if you knew at the Telephoroi, these enemies of peace have promised an end to all we hold dear and... Wait, you're the House Lavier girl, aren't you? And this woman with you is obviously a foreigner. I've heard you were disowned for helping outsiders but indulge their barbaric whims. And here you are giving truth to the rumour. I think you leave me be. I know what to say to the likes of you. Well, I must apologise. 'Twas foolish of me to expect an ounce of civility from someone so enlightened. Come, Falcleave. Wow, and really, Alphino and Aliza are basically the meaningless to people here, aren't they? Brown-haired counsellor. Ah. Wait, he stood out here while he's like... I don't know. Bit on the sides, waiting around. What a prick. If we had to efficiently supply the mumble requisition request for the gleaners, no time for mistakes. The Ori man appears to be losing a poke. By Tharic's Quill, where did you spring from? She grows tired of waiting, I'm not sure. Oh gods, that was today. I was so engaged with my task that I must go to immediately. And you must be rewarded for this service. Come along, please, quickly. Now, quickly. Right, sweet. We'll pick these up if we're forced to leave the area. Yes, I don't believe I've had the pleasure. Pray excuse the interruption, but we were hoping you might share your thoughts on the Telephorai and their unconscionable plans. My goodness, if it isn't the young Miss Lelevieux. My apologies, but I work in the offices of the forum, and if word reached Master Fortunato that I was helping you. I see. We're sorry to have bothered you. See, that's fine. That's a nice way to kind of like tell someone to get lost. Dick on. Biggest. Dickus. Of course his name's Dickon and this is the guy that helps. The guy who's actually not a dick has the name Dick. Or has Dick in his name. Welcome, madam. What can I offer you today? Wait, is that Mistress Alicia seated there? My word, how long has it been? Far too long. Meet Dickon, the only last stand. Wow. You can't write that any better, can you? I used to frequent his cafe on occasion in between lessons at the stadium. That seems like an age ago now. I remember hearing that you and Master Alphino had set sail for Eorzea, but then you never came back. Lately there's been gossip about your father disowning the pair of you. Everything alright at home? It's complicated, and I hadn't expected complete strangers to be so familiar with our situation quite so quickly. Everyone has an opinion, it seems. Well, it is House Levier. No matter how discreet Master Fortunato may have been, news of your family's doing never stays secret for long. Things being what they are, what brings you back to the city now of all times? We have questions and only Charlian has the answers. Tell me, Master Dickon, have you heard anything about an apocalypse called the Final Days? What, like the end of the world? Nothing like that, I'm afraid, and that's what you're here to find, information on this apocalypse. Yes, whatever we can learn. Unfortunately, your patrons appear to be unwilling to speak with me. I wish there was more I could do to help. But maybe there is. You're a visitor to Charlian, aren't you? Then you will then few will know your face. We shall be able to pass you off as a server with none the wiser. We just finished preparing a few orders. Strike up some friendly conversation while you're sitting down the food, and you might just get the answers you're looking for. Not a bad idea. I hate to ask, but what do you think? Like a mug? Yes. That's the spirit. Pay attention now and I'll explain where each of these dishes need to go. The tea set is for the chatty group sitting by the water's edge. The omelette is for one of our regulars, a Highlander by the name of Gilcia, sitting at an outside table with a friend of hers. Behind them you should see a Makote gentleman. He even ordered the oven baked lobster. Got all that? If you're not sure, just ask. I'll explain again. Good luck. Right, this is a chatty lot. They want tea. The Tephar who? I'm sorry, I never heard of them or their Final Days. My friends and I are somewhat only informed when it comes to current events. Now, if you wanted to hear about our ritual arcane practices in the 6th Astral Era coming or esoteric, then I'd be happy to take the your ear off. Right, no, where's the... What, do I have to actually have to go with these in a certain order? I can't just pick between them. For fuck's sake. Omelette, I think. What's that? what? The Telephorai? Ah, yes, I remember seeing the name in the latest Gazette. Oh, shit. Best say of it, I say the forum made the right choice and I focused part of the decision to remain neutral. And you've got... Urbane banter with a smile. Yeah, go on. You don't need to put me up, you know. I've already ordered one of those expensive things on the menu. That's what it's like. That's life as a barista, that. Ah, the unbaked lobster is mine. You have no idea how long I've scrimped and saved and suffered to afford this heavenly dish. It's gonna taste like shit, innit? The final days is the first I've heard of it. Although that wouldn't explain why my friend has rushed off his feet. It must be a busy time to be a gleaner. You don't know what a gleaner is? They're collectors of a sort, travel the world procuring things that we haven't got here in Charlian. Priceless books, unusual live specimens and so forth. Whoever this person is, it's going to be a Lalafell, isn't it? So named for these folk who trail after reapers in the fields, picking up every grain which was missed. Aye, by all accounts, gleaning is a most meticulous and demanding profession. If these Telephorai make good on their audacious threats, then many uncatalogued rarities could be lost forever. Why else would gleaners be buzzing about in such a frenzy? Watch the harbour and you'll see what I mean. Their kind loads in from the docks all day. It's never been this hectic before. Not like this. Any trouble with the customers? Were you able to get anyone talking? Interesting, they seem unaware of the final days aside from whatever vague news the gazettes are printing. Even Dickon had nothing to offer. He's the best source of gossip in the city. If the forum does have secret knowledge, then they've gone and do an impressive job of ensuring no one whispers it in the wrong ear. In any case, thank you for playing the part so well. Here, that cup of coffee I promised. But let's enjoy our drinks elsewhere, shall we? Maybe behind the peristyle, away from the gossips and their wagging tongues. Yes, this should do nicely, out the wind and out of sight. Did he even actually have a cup of coffee in her hands? Or tea? Oh, she does!
When our father disowned us, I couldn't believe what I was hearing.
Oh, fuck's sake, I've got to press X on the centre.
It wasn't until much later that his words began to sink in, that I began to feel the weight of what it meant. Do you remember when the decision was made to come to Charlian? Graham said that the Forum was determined to keep us in the dark, and that Father's venomous performance was part of that strategy, to keep us at arm's length. Perhaps it was. Father argued with Grandfather on many occasions, but never with such dismissive contempt. And when he demanded what justifies the sacrifices we make in war, I honestly didn't know what to say. Neither did Alpha know, I know, but never for one moment did I believe we had made the wrong choice. So all I could do was fume silently. It was only afterwards that I realized how childish I had been, how being stubborn and self-righteous must run in the family. If I could have just mustered a civil response, then things might have turned out differently.
Well, they look sus. We're hopping on a boat, aren't we?
They must be ferrying goods to Labyrinthos. a vast complex beneath the island. Sharlayan is famous for archiving knowledge from around the world. Well, that knowledge is not preserved exclusively in dusty tomes and desiccated samples. Our living library, comprised of all manner of flora and fauna, is housed and studied within that underground facility.
This sounds like a dungeon coming up.
Still, that did seem to be an unusually large shipment. When I lived here, it was rare to even see such cargo transported by boat. Wait! Didn't you hear something in the last stand about the gleaners coming and going more than usual? Well, I think they're the ones we saw manning those boats. And gleaners answer to the Forum. If the appearance of the Telophoroi prompted this sudden burst of activity, then Labyrinthos may hold a clue as to what the Forum is planning.
We're either going for a swim or we're hopping on a boat. That's a dungeon. Alice is excited to share in your revelations. We should tell the others what we've learned about the Gleaners. Go ahead on to the Normenon, and I'll join you in a moment. Master Dickon will want his cups back. Right, so we'll cash in that quest on the left side up before we go there. Well, my sweetheart finally arrived thanks to your gentle reminder. He looked so exhausted from his endless labours, however I sent him home to rest. I had a feeling he would be at the Founder's site. They say that spur of rock was there the Amphius Archon used to sit when he had matters to mediate upon. My habitually elated love holds the Founder in great esteem, both for his role as the founder of Sharlayan and the ark he built to save people from the flood wars of the 6th Umbral Calamity. Thus, I have an inkling of where to look when the appointed time of our thirst has passed. In any case, I should go be with him whilst we have some moments to spare and enjoy. Oh, and also forget your reward. A little token of my appreciation from the two of us to you. Wow, we're not even halfway to leveling up yet. Holy shit. And everything was supposed to go up in scaled down as well for this expansion. Welcome back, Felcleave. Been for a walk and cleared your head, have you? Not exactly. We did some impromptu investigating and turned up information on the Gleaners. It makes sense. The Gleaners take their requests directly from institutions and bureaucrats. But as you say, they ultimately answer to the Forum. A sudden and significant increase in Gleaner traffic and in cargo, it certainly gives the impression of an overarching plan being put into motion. Let us see what theory we can build from the facts. As you Stoller observed earlier, Nomenon's archives appear to contain no information concerning the final days. Coupled with what Felcleave and Alize learned at the last stand, we can be reasonably sure that most Sharlayans know nothing of that particular period of ancient history. Yet my father and his colleagues are not only familiar with the final days, but are also somehow certain that the destruction being perpetrated by the Telophoroi is wholly unlike these apocalyptic events. Moreover, the Forum claims to be so occupied by a duty of such pressing importance that they saw fit to unaimlessly deny Eorze's request for aid. And now the Gleaners, official agents of the state, have been mobilized on an unprecedented scale. I do not think it a stretch to conclude that the Gleaners' recent activities are in service to that of forming secretive ends. In which case, our next course of action seems obvious. We visit Labyrinthinos and assess the situation for ourselves, and if we're lucky, the Gleaners will be far more receptive to our questions. Anything would be better than burying my head in a dusty book. Absolutely. I understand not everyone is a studious type, but consider this a welcome change of pace then. As for myself, there are a few more subjects I would like to research. I may join you later, but feel free to leave behind your borrowed books and be on your way. I'll see to it that each is returned to its proper place. That would be a great help, thank you, Raha. Let's head down the stairs over there, I'll show you where the entrance is. Here we go, I'm not going to beat the gear score, I'm not going to be high enough level to do this dungeon, am I? Reddit Lamprinos is not too far from here, but you may find the path a bit disorientating. I'll take the lead till stay close. I'll say he sets off on a brisk walk. Oh, come on, run at least! Why are we E3 walking here? It's pleasant amongst the trees, but we really should move along. See, my slow walking's too fast. Now we run, try to keep up. Oh, thank God for that. Well, that's not even me running. We cross this bridge. Oh shit, there's Yam! Up here. Oh, we're not gonna full-blown sprint, Alize. The Rostera, not far now. And we're here. Here we are, through this door, down the stairs. Did you remember to attune to the shout back there, didn't you? It will make life much easier for you to come back here in a hurry, otherwise we should keep moving. It's a good job I just did that. Oh, it's not a dungeon then. We're all here now, yes. I've taken liberty of securing permission for our group's descent. Right, everyone to lift and down we go.
Deep beneath the scholar's city shines a false sun within a fabricated sky. In any age exist those who consider the floor an extension of their bookshelves, and this vault's architects surely belonged to that special breed. If the stack grows too high, start a new one. If no room remains, then make more rooms. A simple solution at first, and then bit by bit, a profound transformation. Knowledge, buried beneath knowledge, a growing, creeping labyrinth from which there is no escape.
Not what you expected. I must admit, the artifice is very convincing. But I assure you that we are beneath Sharlayan itself. The breeze you feel, the flowing waters you hear, all created by the hand of man.
The island is volcanic, you see, and once upon a time this great hollow must have been a reservoir for magma. It was discovered some 400 years ago, at which point it was repurposed as a storage facility for scrolls and samples and such. Renovations have continued, with nigh on no interruption to this day, with the lower levels still undergoing expansion.
Bloody hell.
Aren't those people gleaners?
Aye, judging by their dress. They are said to work alone as a rule, but 'twould seem that rule is being enthusiastically broken today. It may be as you suspected, that they are engaged in a task apart from the norm.
Let's spread out and get some answers then.
Why is she slow walking?
Ugh.
What have you done?
Did you call to me just now?
Did Heidelin?
No. How odd. I must be a bit dizzy from the descent. I'll be fine, I'm sure. Let's get to work, shall we?
Where are people getting these mounts? You here to help or give me more headaches because you don't have the look of a cleaner and I'm in no mood for idle chatter? One of my colleagues was so exhausted he took a tumble and crashed into a pile of crates, and now I have a pack of mounts running loose. Your exchange with Erenville has taught you about exhausted cleaners. Oh, I'm not wasting money buying gear for leveling up, and nah, screw that. Not when the story will give me it. Let me think. The Redhead Seed should be item 1058. Human Seeds 1059. Snowballberry 1060 or Wood 1061. My head feels like it's stuffed with Moko grass. Why more loads to take out than carry in? Why do all this at once and risk mixing it up? What if someone mistakes a Kurthian carrots for the Gear Albanian carrots? What then? You want to know what I'm doing? Hauling books or on fauna if it needs hauling, I haul it. Every decade or so they take stock in Labyrinthos, you know, sort of tidy up the inventory. Never seen an operation like this before though. They just did one a few summers ago, Ethan. Then with no warning at all, this mess gets dropped in our laps, orders from on high. Damned if I know the reason, but could it be that they're changing the layout, preparing for the next big expansion? Are they going to allow Eorzea, citizens of Eorzea, to move in here? Is that their plan? is not to fight, but a place of retreat. Hey, look, Felcleave, what tales did Gleaners have to tell? Cloud Spike. So this grand operation began without warning, and for every item they bring in, they send more inventory elsewhere. That would explain the haggard faces I've been seeing. We were right, the forum is definitely up to something, and they're turning labyrinthos upside down in the process. We would do well to learn more of what specifically the Gleaners are being tasked to do, as well as who has tasked them to do it. If you're game, Felcleave, I have an idea. Didn't one of the Gleaners you question say something about escaped marmots? Perhaps if you were to help him catch some said creatures, he might be inclined towards a more friendly and enlightening conversation. In the meantime, I will turn my chance upon this Gleaner here. We can compare notes afterwards. Happy hunting. You wish to help me find the marmots? I have nothing suitable to pay you for your services, but if you're offering out of the goodness of your heart, I'd welcome the assistance. The name is Erenville Friend, specialist in the collection of live specimens. That said, the capture of these Nagaxian marmots is a trial I've no desire to repeat. Grizzled mice, they call them. For Immerse, there are no other mammoth species on this tier at present, so there should be no mistaking for our little fugitives. If you happen to catch any, stuff them in the sack. Gently, of course. Where to begin, you and Doc? I've not seen any scampering around here, so we'll need to widen our search into the surrounding forest. Be on your guard, there are beasts out here that won't hesitate to prey on a marmot, or you. I'll search the trees to the west. The eastern part of the forest is all yours, good luck. Oh no, have we got to do Aether Currents? Ugh. I wish that is something they'd actually get rid of. I hate doing them. Piece of music. Grizzled mouse. Chirp squeak. Barely have you readied the sack when the grizzled mouse scampers off into the underbrush. So annoying you can't fly. I'm hearing a lot of Yoko Shimomura's style in its battle music. Like battle music. Like Veiled in Black, the sound of it sounds sort of similar to it. Wait, where's Felcleave's there? Alright, we can capture the thing now. That's not a mouse. And he ran off. Wait, why is teleport being put there? Have I had an action taken away? Wow, we're only doing 9k in critical and direct damage now. Oh. Oh, that aura's changed a little bit. So, where's the rat? Right, this is clearly suggesting I can go up somewhere. Oh, that would be a bit of a hint, wouldn't it? Here we go. Are we actually going to capture it this time? Go on, third time's the charm and all that lot. What other mounts do we have? Yeah, go on. I can actually hear the Embody working with. That's nuts. I can hear it. Why is it? It stands out a lot with this song. Huh. How did you fare? I tracked down 3 of the pack, which leaves 1 unaccounted for. Ah, the odd mama out. Wait here a moment while I put our friends in a holding cage. Thankfully, the mammoths seem to be unharmed. They've held up well in isolation, but it's much too soon to release them into the habitat. It's a good thing to see. Good thing we were able to recapture them so swiftly. You have my thanks. Who's asked you to capture in the first place? Why the authority in charge of Labyrinthios now and in perpetuity? The same officials who had us working day and night of late, the honourable members of the forum. Who else? Suitable for consumption and easy to breed. These were the 2 conditions I was given for the stock I was instructed to procure. I don't know what the forum has planned for these creatures, but at the very least, I doubt they'll be served for dinner today or tomorrow. There you are, Felcleave. Is this the cleaner you mentioned? The one who was looking for lost mammoths? Interesting company you keep, friend. Who are you folk anyway? I am Crail, the students of Aldessia, and these are my associates. Truth be told, the forum's decisions of late have not sat entirely well with us. This is why we made the descent into Labyrinthios. We'd hoped that by seeing those decisions put into action, we might more fully understand their reasoning. Wise and practical, never hurts to try and gain a broader perspective, does it? Anyway, duty calls. Other animals to capture and enclosures to empty. Once again, I'm sorry that I can't have a few more for your services. XP would be nice. Did you learn anything from your friend there? So we've confirmed that the order for this ambitious operation did indeed come directly from the forum. However, the Gleaners have not been informed of its purpose. I'd say that fits with everything we've heard thus far. We also discovered that when the operation was begun, the forum contacted the Gleaners guildship and put their people to this great work for some 4 days after Telethri made their chilling declaration. Shit, didn't mean to skip that. Altogether, it gives a distinct impression that this undertaking was a sudden and unexpected development. Yet I find it hard to believe that such a comprehensive restructuring of Labyrinthios and its archive could have been planned in so brief a window. Nay, this plan was long in the making, but they were awaiting the right time to put it into effect. And the Telethri's declaration was what set it in motion. It seems likely, but let us not leap to conclusions just yet. For the moment, I suggest we conduct a wider investigation of Labyrinthos. The more facilities we visit, the more the pieces of the puzzle we stand to find. In that case, how about we head to the Archeon? From there, we can reach the lower. Cryo, what's wrong? I'm fine. Truly, the sudden descent has left me with a bit of a headache. That's all. Nothing that will stop me from soldiering on. Let's be about it then. At least allow me to take the lead. I'm fairly certain and I remember the way to the Archeon. We followed the path east through the forest where you were chasing after that mouse or mammoth, was it? Anyway, 'tis the trolls that you need watch out for. I'm not going to read side quests because I don't think they really give me anything from a lore point of view. Outer circuit researcher. Hold on a minute. Where are my earrings that grant XP? Or was it an actual ring? Oh, what have I done here? Feels like a bit of a greenhouse, this, doesn't it, in design? Behold the Archeon. As Numion serves as Charlene's literary archive, so does the structure house that the city's wealth of material data. The architecture too is similar. This building you see is merely the upper entrance, an access point to the vaults craved into the cliffside itself. In a manner of speaking, the Archeon contains a physical history of Charlene's unwavering dedication to this accumulation of knowledge. Well, we won't learn anything of value standing out here. Let us proceed into the main building and speak with the Cardassian. Is anyone? No, I'm not gonna actually put that. I was literally gonna say, does anyone think this place looks like Tempest? But I won't. Right, yeah, we'll just skip all this. My God, there's a lot of side quests, isn't there? Right, where's the other one? It's over here. Chatbert. What a name. Any new player in need of advice or money? Please let it be voice acted. Fuck's sake. Greetings, we are here to pursue the Archaean's vaults. Pursue? You are clearly not gleaners, then may I ask your affiliation? We belong to the students of Baldessian, but is that relevant? I was given to believe that the vaults, those open to the public at least, were open to the public. Ordinarily, yes, that would be the case. At present, however, access is restricted. Only persons directly involved in the reorganisation efforts are permitted to enter. Not us then. I suppose we had better move along to another facility. This building has a lift which connects it to the middle tier, yes? Might we at least make use of that? No. The service has also been suspended, I am afraid. For the time being, priority has been given over to the conveyance of inventory. So, this is as far as we can go. I apologise for the inconvenience. Please come again after our restructuring operation is concluded. By that time, it was too late and we were so close to getting answers. We need to rethink our approach. Let us step outside for a moment, shall we? Just shout that out loud from the guy at the reception desk. He's not suspicious. Since our Baldessian. They know full well what they are, don't they? We are at an impasse. As we have no other leads, I would like to pursue this one further. Oh, what's she still up to? But I doubt that our stone-faced custodian will be swayed by heartfelt pleas. We must seek another means to access the levels. How about just straight up gulp to him and just kick his ass? It's just like the people in this area are involved in the restructuring in one way or another. If we were to integrate ourselves, they might allow us to accompany them on the left. Let us ask around. Show us someone is in need of a few strong backs to lighten the load. So where are we going? Who are we asking? Bone weary worker. What's that? Take you down the lift with me? Sorry, but not a chance. I've been up and down all day and only now have I finally found a spare moment to rest. I did see a gleaner fellow heading out the gate there though, shouldering a large pack engaged in some manner of task. Maybe he'll be headed down below after he's done with whatever he's doing. We've still got an area around here to search, haven't we? So, oh, there we go. Bemused students. Am I taking the lift? Oh no, we're just students. They won't let us into the Archon even if even though we found... Actually, we have no idea what it is we found. There's no record of such a creature anywhere, but it was wandering around tranquility. And so, we thought to donate it to the vaults. Huh. Oh, this little squirrel, don't even... Are they hiding somebody in it? Don't you think? Anyway, I suppose we'll have to take care until the Archon is... Oh, the bullies! Oh, it actually kind of help if I sync to this, wouldn't it? So we drop down here. Ooh, I'm yawning for that. I shouldn't be yawning. Follows me, I'll kick its ass. No, it's fine. Quiet, you're frightening it away. Ah, it's you again. I don't mean to be rude, but I'm in the middle of another task. The cloudkin I need to capture her is close, very close. You should help me with this too. You spend your time in unusual ways, my friend. Still, 2 hunters are generally better than 1. Very well. The canal here is a common gathering spot for birds of all kinds, but one out today is the hornbill. Its feathers are green, and its cry a distinctive caw. Single it out and shoot with this sleeping dart. The effects are short-lived, so I'll lie in wait down by the riverbank to claim our quarry. Be sure to hit the right one. Right, you know what, screw it. Let's go. Oh god, these things actually take a hammer in? Gets us to this battle theme though. So we're back up this cliff. What is that? For this is actually pretty quick now, isn't it? What? I'm so confused. I literally just tried to do that and it's not letting me. It won't let me do it? What? Come on, capture it already. That was so annoying. Feeding ground. Raw meat? Question mark. Venture further out here. I feel like I'm gonna get my ass kicked if I come out here further. Couple more quest spots down there, that's fine. So I think this is probably one of my most used mounts. Commence falling. Oh my god. We're literally doing fetch quests. Literally. He's like waddling. Where the hell are we taking this? 3 minutes to do this. I feel like we're gonna take 3 hours at this pace he's walking at. And then we've got this quest up here to pick up. Which is up this ledge, apparently. No, back up. Raw meat here. A couple of quests now to bank in. Did you bank the Corbin? Yes, we did. Let's try and put a new mount on. What else we got? Midgard Soma? No. Oh, you know what? Where's Lana? Brown Lana, here we go. Listen to Heroes. This is another glorious fight in Heaven's Ward. Mount. That's another little side quest done. So where we going? They're back up there. Yep. Large green bird. Large red. I think we just killed a man.
A fair shot. Nicely done. Let me truss this one up and I'll make my way over to you.
There you are. Any new revelations? So you met with that gleaner again, this time to capture a hornbill. I understand catching and bringing in creatures from the outside, but what's the point of chasing after ones already here?
Oh, it's a simple thing, really. Occasionally, we remove specimens no longer needed for study, or those we've had difficulty raising. But we can't simply turn them loose. Safely returning such creatures to their native habitats is another facet of a gleaner's duties.
But they have to do a lot, don't they, these gleaners?
But not in this case, I'm afraid. I've been asked to bring the bird below.
The restricted section in the lower levels of Labyrinthos. Open only to a select few researchers handpicked by the Forum. The projects down there are the subject of rumor and hearsay. Forbidden magics. Advanced technologies that can never be allowed to fall into outside hands. Even Archons are not privy to the truth.
So are the cleaners?
The researchers involved in this secretive work are not permitted to walk freely in the city, and are instead required to live in isolated quarters.
Oh man, Charlie is just full of assholes, isn't it?
What could a facility subject to such strict security protocols possibly need with a hornbill? An experiment?
Possibly. I wasn't afforded an explanation. But judging by the requisition list given to me and my colleagues, I doubt it's for any kind of advanced research. I'd be more inclined to believe we were making preparations to migrate to the south. Mericidia or thereabouts.
Are we gonna go to Mericidia for Vitra later?
What? Why would you say that?
Much of the flora and fauna we were asked to procure could serve as reliable sources of sustenance. They're comparatively hardy species too, able to endure harsh climates. And among them are specimens known to be effective in improving soil quality and purifying water.
When you put it that way, migration does sound like a reasonable assumption.
That's all it is, though. An assumption. Through our tasks, we gleaners glimpse only bits and pieces of the Forum's plans. Our prime concern is that our requisitions, be they living or otherwise, are properly preserved for the knowledge of future generations. Now, I really must be going. I regret that I cannot reward you as you deserve.
Let us go down below, obviously.
Perhaps you might reward us after a fashion then. It is imperative that we reach the lower levels. And seeing as you are already set to descend with your assigned cargo, mayhap we could accompany you as your assistants.
I'm afraid that won't be possible. Once the animals have been prepared for transport, we send them down separately via the lift. I will of course follow after to make my report, but I can hardly pass you off as porters when there's nothing left to carry.
Indeed. Pray forget I said anything.
do you feel about climbing? If you've strength and the courage to brave it, then there is another way down. This path leads to the 33rd facet, a mine shaft excavated during one of our expansions of Labyrinthos. While I cannot guarantee that the passage is safe to traverse, it should provide access to the medial circuit below.
Well then, how do you get back up?
I never even knew such a place existed. Thank you. This is the perfect solution.
You're quite welcome, but consider yourselves warned. If the going proves too treacherous, you do well to turn back. I bid you good day.
Well, turning back is hardly an option, not when we've come this far. Let's go and take a look at this mine shaft.
Okay. So we're already underground, so how further underground do we get to go? They're shouting dungeon in the chat there, that means we won't stop on coming up. There we go, blitzed it with fell cleaves. This must be entrance to the mine shaft. 'Tis faint, but I hear something moving within. Creatures home there by the researchers, you think? Well, slavery and beasts aside, we'll need to watch our footing. We should tighten our straps and such before we continue. Glamour, where's my head bandage? Silent Rogue's bandana. There we go. Assuming everyone's tightened their straps and checked their gear, then I say we head on in. Given the terrain ahead though, it might be wise to leave some distance between us. We don't want to be stumbling over each other if it comes to a fight. Take it slow and don't forget to check your surroundings from time to time. We can meet up again at the other end of the tunnel. Excuse me. So am I going further down here? No, just straight across. Oh damn! Bahamut. Noble Mithril Cap, is that a frog? Oh god, I got the wrong bloody hotwire on. I know I absolutely love Falcon, he just gets to nuke everything. So riding a mount down here, aren't we? You sense hostile presence. Oh, there's 3 of them now. Oh shit, wrong way. Just get a couple of decimates going. Wait, in a release is only at 1 stack? What? Wait, what changes have they made to Warrior to actually change it in a release to 1 stack? Upgrades raw intuition to bloodwetting. Extends the duration of nascent flash and nascent glint to 8 seconds. Grants stem the flow to target, reducing damage taken. But oh my god! Grants stem the tide to target, nullifying damage equivalent to half to a heal of 400 potency. Enhanced equilibrium. Grants healing over time to self. Melee Masterer. Increases the potency of Heavy Swing, May, and Storm's Path. Storm's Eye. Allows the 3rd charge of Onslaught. Right, so Bloodwetting. Reduces damage taken by 10%, lasts for 8 seconds. Restores HP of each weapon skill successfully delivered. Cure potency of 400. Additional effect grants stem the flow. Reduces damage taken by 10% for a duration of 4 seconds. Does it stack? Additional effect grants stem the tide. Creates a barrier around self that absorbs damage equivalent to a heal of 400 potency. Oral Get Jenny. Delivers an attack with a potency of 150 to all nearby enemies. Shares a recast time with Upheaval. Primal Rend. Delivers a critical direct hit to target all enemies nearby with a potency of 700 for the first enemy and 70% less for all remaining enemies. Stacks of inner release are not consumed upon execution. Can only be executed while under the effect of Primal Rend Ready granted by inner release. Wait, so what does inner release now do? Grants 3 stacks of inner release, each stack allowing the use of a beast gauge actions without cost or guaranteeing that all attacks are critical and oh, so you can't spam like 8 Fell Cleaves now. Oh, what a horrible nerf. Extend Surging Tempest duration by 10 to maximum 60. Oh, I don't like that change at all. That Inner Chaos best be amazing. Where the hell are we here now? Everyone seems to have made it through without incident, nothing of consequence at least, and as promised, the tunnels delivered into the medial circuit. As I recall, this series where they keep a wide variety of samples of agricultural production. If Erinmill's assumption holds true, the specimens are being collected in preparation for a great migration. Then we should see evidence of such plans in the area's research projects. Let's follow the path to the nearest farming facility and see what we see. I honestly thought we would have hit a dungeon. What is that? So they're making a farm down here. Oh, it's Final Fantasy Animal Crossing. Aha, now I know where we are. Okay. Labyrinthos is a host of wide variety of vegetation which allows us to conduct studies of cultivation methods utilised in foreign lands. And it is this facility that coordinates and oversees those efforts. The fruits of their research to go to feed their Labyrinthos colleagues, or so I hear. More notable successes might make it to the Argoria. Food so exotic you'd be hard pressed to guess their origin, let alone how they might taste. Indeed, mystery vegetables without a name, only list of nutritional benefits scribbled on the card. I see no gleaners hereabouts, yet these workers seem to share that same sense of urgency. Is it possible they know something of the forum's plans and their underlying motivations worth looking into, wouldn't you say? See what you can coax from the workers, the rest of us will do the same about to cast about for useful clues. Oh, hello there. We weren't expecting visitors, not with the use of lifts being restricted. Now, how did you make it down here anyway? The mine shaft, you say? Well, you're a much hardier soul than I. Under normal circumstances, I'd reward such tenacity with a guided tour of the fields, but I'm afraid the forum has us filing order lists a mile long. Massive yet detailed requests, literal wagon loads of crop samples, and hardly any time to put them together. Passing strangely, I pressed for an explanation and was met with vague assurances that all would be revealed in due course. Not the most satisfying answer. Excuse me. Do I have aught to be taken down below? More than I can carry and then some. Why am I skipping like paragraphs unintentionally? What crops are we raising? Well, as you can see, this one is a variety of grape. Only needs a good source of sunlight to grow, and the conditions here are nothing short of perfect. Hardly surprising, given that it's native to a peculiar locale in the very place upon which Lampros modelled, a region in the south of Ilzabad. It boasts remarkable habitat diversity, allowing for a myriad flora and fauna to thrive. Chilly peaks in the north give way to swathes of temperate plains, which in turn transition to a hot, humid coastline. Such bountiful territory is ever contested, as you might expect. Used to be called Corvus before the Imperials renamed it Locus Omnis. The forum saw it as not as a prize. However, as a researcher's ideal environment, one who climates we strove to recreate within the confines of Labyrinthos, it since provided a rich foundation for countless experiments in cultivation. Straight tomato. Oh, that's annoying that they've like limit this to 3 stacks. I don't like that change at all. So anything that makes Lori interesting to play is just nerf. The labels on these crates tell the story of their contents, bundles of common seeds and saplings accompanied by shaves of reports. Oh shit, what are they doing here?
Hard to look away, isn't it? But they're more than pretty flowers. Heart blooms are attuned to ambient emotion. You don't seem convinced, but believe me, it's true.
How have you grown now?
This ashen grey, for instance, it mirrors the anxiety and urgency of those working nearby as they rush to fulfill sudden orders. Intense feelings like those spur the petals to change colour. Bright glowing hues in the presence of joy, dark subdued shades for frustration or despair. Yet even with the collected wisdom of Charlian at our disposal, we've yet to identify the underlying principle of this empathic effect. And there are other mysteries besides. Although the flower is extraordinarily long-lived, its low reproductive rate has made it difficult to find younger populations growing in the wild. With too few sightings to map its distribution, and no closely related species to track, we've been unable to pinpoint its land of origin.
Because they don't come from the source.
To further complicate matters, every culture, even dimly aware of its existence, has given it a different name and mythos. Our attempts to study it via the historical record have been an exercise in frustration. As an avid botanist myself, I should one day like to unravel the Heartbloom's secrets. But I'm afraid other duties must take precedence. I will leave you to your thoughts.
If both of them start growing, the end of days comes near, I'd imagine.
Have you learned aught of interest? A flower that reacts to one's feelings? Strange. I must say, I have never heard of such a thing.
This is all very fascinating. But as it stands, we fail to gain any significant insight into the Forum's undertaking.
Indeed. While there is certainly enough activity to support Erenville's supposition that a priority has been placed on improving food production, unfortunately for our investigation, these workers were never informed as to how their duties serve the master plan.
If only we could interrogate the Forum members directly.
Let's walk straight in there.
Isn't that the entrance to the arcade? Look, there. I think that's Erenville.
A little difficult to tell from here, but I think you're right. He did say he was coming down to make his report.
Erenville receives his orders from the Forum. Would it not follow, then, that the superior to whom he reports is a Forum member, or at least a close associate?
You mean to eavesdrop on their conversation? What of the risks?
Ours alone to bear. We won't interfere with Erenville's work, nor will he be implicated as an accomplice. If you're not comfortable taking part, I can do this alone.
Damn, you're still laying down the law at him.
Nay. I said myself that I wished to know Father's intentions. and no answers will be forthcoming should we simply ask nicely.
We can apologize later, should it come to it. Right now, we need every crumb of information we can get our hands on. Consequences be damned.
It might be best if you came along as well. In fact, we should all...
What is going on with Krail?
Cryo?
Oh, yes. That certainly sounds like a plan.
I'm glad you agree.
The four member that he's reporting to has got to be there, Dad.
Quickly! Erenville is on the move. We need to get closer before we lose him.
Or is it her?
Almost. I can almost reach you.
Or is she wanting to reach the Heidelin? Keep an eye on her, but keep moving too. We can't let our quarry slip away. Erenville was headed westwards along the path outside the Achaean. Come, we can still recapture him. Wait, they ran that way, so why am I running this way? Oh, I have to be careful not to do that when there are monsters nearby, otherwise I'll just get like one banged and die. Hold a moment, I have an idea. If memory serves, that colossal wall-like structure is Logiscon Beta, one of Labyrinthos' climate control centers. It should have its own lifts, with which one could access the upper and lower tiers. Aye, if I were an agent of the forum, it would make for a convenient meeting place. But even if we happen to find Erenville in the company of said agent, we cannot expect them to reveal issues of importance that we nonchalantly stroll past. Nay, we shall have to remain undetected. If only Graha and his vanquished foe were here. Oh, but there are other ways of turning invisible. Hippity hop, my little toads. Oh, for the love of God. Oh, she does that without no warning. Unaccustomed to transfiguration, we're not aware of with the passage of time. I suggest you and your green companions stop along and catch up with Erenville should you feel the magic's fading and return to me and I'll refresh the enchantment. And what am I to do in the meantime? Wait here with me. In your current state of mind, you're as likely to leap into the jaws of a predator as you would learn anything of note. Which reminds me, where the creatures hereabouts in that form, you are essentially defenseless. You have changed to a toad, you must remain transfigured in order to progress with quest objectives. You will return to your transfigured status if you move too far away. Look to your map for the transfiguration area of effect. Speak with your stoller to restore or prolong the transfiguration. This is so daft. And there's a fate right in front as well, are you kidding me? No, I'm just going to carry on walking. carry on walking or carry on like hopping. Make it past the bridge, surely. Is that a mount? Is that from Yokai Watch or something? No, sod off! It's still chasing me. Oh no, I've just come here and not even spoke to bloody Alpha now, have I? What an idiot. So I've got to go all the way back. That's what I get for not paying attention. What an idiot. I'll jump through, there we go. Oh, for the love of God. Why would I not, like, read the quest objective? He's gonna say ribbit in there, yeah. Ali told. Alfie told and Ali told and oh, for the love of God. So stupid. Oh, but I've even still got my Infuriate buff up. The other player's just seeing like a rabbit. Rabbit? Frog. What an idiot. Yeah, because I can see him. That's funny. Just because you're around it, ribbit. Alfie Toad attempts and fails to shake his head, but you nonetheless understand what he's telling you. This is the wrong way. Ali Toad turns to face north, perhaps she's pushing you across the bridge. See, he keeps some distance away from these monsters. This just tells me to carry on, I'm gonna be livid. Oh, no, hang on, we got a cutscene. Turn fire off.
I trust you will find your compensation to be more than satisfactory. We wish to make clear that we are pleased with the efficiency and thoroughness of your work. So much so that we have come bearing new tasks in need of your competent hand.
Oh no.
Another lengthy list. If I may speak frankly, the Gleaners have been pushed to the point of collapse by your unending demands. We are not familiars to be exploited. We are Sharlayan scholars, and we deserve an explanation for this unseemly treatment. What warrants such urgency?
In an age long past, Sharlayan was charged with a momentous duty. And now that word of the final days hangs heavy in the air, the time has come for us to fulfill that charge. I can say no more, but I promise you this. All will be revealed in due course. And when it has, you will understand that your toil was in service to the greatest good.
Then I will do your bidding. For now. But unless you wish the Gleaners to rise up in protest, I advise you to offer tangible improvements for our working conditions. Your promised revelation does nothing to address present circumstances.
A fair point. Your concerns will be conveyed to the forum.
Well, 98 other people bitch amongst themselves before they even get to a point, which means they never will do. So this guy's screwed and the rest of the Gleaners are. He knows, doesn't he? There's no way.
I hope that was informative. You may consider my debt to you repaid in full.
No fucking way!
While I do have my reservations about the Forum, I want to believe that they have our best interests at heart. Which is why I'm reassured that you're busy sniffing out the truth of things. We can ill afford to place all our eggs in one basket, this master plan of theirs, without first understanding the risks involved.
Oh.
Wait! How did you know it was us?
If you mean to impersonate a toad, try studying the real thing. And don't try to fool an expert.
Alright, I like Aaronville. I like him a lot. I suppose we should have known a Gleaner who specialises in animal procurement would not be so easily deceived, yet he seemed inclined to put his trust in us all the same. More importantly, perhaps, we discovered a new piece of the puzzle, dismounting Mysteria, the Forum agent mentioned. Sharlayan has been called to action. The Telephono's declaration was the catalyst, whatever charge it was. Whatever charge this is, they hope to fulfill, they deem it of sufficient import to disrupt all of Labyrinthos, not to mention ignore Eorze's request for aid. Alice is staring off in the direction Aaronville departed, a thoughtful look on her face. What duty could warrant the direct involvement of the Forum and the commitment of all its resources? They're moving, without a doubt. They're looking to run further away from the problem. Judging by what we have just heard, none of the Gleaners were offered any kind of explanation at this point. It seems abundantly clear that we'll learn nothing new by pressing them further. We should head back to your store and Cryle for the moment, see what they think of this. Yeah, it's an abandoned ship for the Sharlians. They're running away from the end of the world. That's my guess. Well, go back. I trust you found Erenville then. Interesting. I had a feeling that you would learn something important, even if that something was simply a confirmation that no one knows much of anything. We could share this with Cryo and then discuss how we'd like to proceed. Assuming we find her back at the farm, she was still behaving oddly, so I bade her return and rest there. Perhaps not the best decision in hindsight. Would you mind checking near those flowers she was so entranced by? The rest of us can survey more distant areas, just in case she decided to wander. Oh yeah, I should be drinking OJ while I'm leveling up. Distracted Archivist. What are we unlocking here now? Oh, an Aether Current. So have they marked these now with unlock symbols? Sort of look around here for what the flowers like Krail was staring at. Johnny Ken. Oh well, the destination's popped. That's fine. Oh, is this because we just picked up one of the quests? Oh, we're almost at level 81. Will we ding? Nope, not even close. Right, journal. guide of sorts. I don't get it. Right. Thank you. So why is the objective not like glowing anywhere? Can I even get up there? Oh, sort of. Nope. Ah, we fucked it. I can't even get over the bloody wall. Big area, I'll kind of look around. Where the hell are these plants? Oh god, no, no, no! Oh, I've got a feeling I'm gonna straight up die in a minute. Why am I looking down there? She's not going to be like hidden away. Yo, what? I don't think I've checked down here yet, so we'll do that. Where the hell is this bloody... Where's Cryolite run to? She's clearly not around in any of the open areas. I don't even think I can get inside any of these buildings. Oh wait, hang on a minute. Nope. Nope, can't get in that one either. to check the fourth because I already know the answer. She's not even like hidden away. In the vicinity of the farm. If I was a Lalafell, where would I be hidden? I would have thought like a group of players or something that might have given it away. Can we go in there? No. Oh wow, this looks nice from up here, I'm not gonna lie. That looks really cool. So she's not even like up here, like taking in the view or whatever, is she? Oh, please be up here. Oh, thank God. Yeah, might get a near automata sequel out of her the longer she stares at these flowers.
For you. The spell will keep it from wilting. She said you would need it for the journey ahead. Will you speak with her now? I cannot hope to match Minfilia's clarity, of course, but...
What?
Thank you.
What the fuck?
Do not worry. She has lent me her body for only a moment.
Playing this version of Answers that's playing now.
Just as I could not save the first from the flood of light, it has become arduous for me to interact with the physical world without assistance. Though I might converse with you for a time, the incorporeal form I assumed on the ship would be incapable of casting even the simplest enchantment. It is in the depths of the ethereal sea, the place to which all life returns, where my influence is greatest. After Minfilia's sacrifice on the first, it was to the sea, here in the source, where I ferried her soul. I wished that gentle spirit to find rest in the world she loved so well. Her, and another who may yet have a part to play, though that will depend on you.
Reed? How's Reed?
Take the flower. Walk free, for you are free to go where you wish, to believe what you will.
Or is that going to be Venat?
That gloom will be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. In darkness, seek joy. Surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free, and bear the light for others to follow. Together, raise it aloft and let it shine, till the end, blinding and radiant.
That was all too brief. Already she seems so far away.
What the hell?
My apologies if I startled you. Ever since we began our descent into Labyrinthos, I had sensed another's will, straining to reach out. Even with my particular talents, though, I was unable to make a connection at first. So weak and tenuous it was. Once I took hold of that wispy thread. Imagine my surprise to discover it was Heidelin herself. Needless to say, it seemed wise to learn what we could before letting go. Her answers were more cryptic than I would have liked, but at least she left us with a guide of sorts, that unusual flower. Yes, we are definitely making progress.
You can't be serious. We've done nothing wrong.
They've been caught. That's hilarious. Oh no. The dads come to slap their hands.
Master Fortuno, what business has the Forum with us?
Obstruction and suppression, apparently.
Mistress Baldessian, our records show you facilitated the Scions' entrance into Sharlayan by claiming them as assistants for your organization. We are aware of your investigations. After alerting the major institutions to the presence of potential troublemakers, we received word from Archean Custodian, a group operating under the auspices of the students, skulking about Labyrinthos and engaging in clandestine behavior.
Clandestine? We may not have entered Sharlayan as Scions, but we did naught to conceal our identities. Our only purpose in this city is to seek the truth. I can think of no reason why our actions should warrant the Forum's intervention.
It is not our way to discourage the pursuit of knowledge, but the timing of such pursuits must be considered, not to mention their potential impact. With the world in chaos, we, the true caretakers of wisdom, have committed ourselves to an undertaking that demands the utmost discretion. And we will not risk its success by turning a blind eye to disruptive foreign elements in our midst.
What, then, is to be our fate? Will you put us on a ship back to Eorzea?
The Forum will convene to examine your case. The results of said inquiry will determine your future in this city. As for your absent companion, he has already been detained.
Oh, Graha's here.
Graha! But why? Is reading a crime now, too?
Reading is encouraged, celebrated even. Not, however, of the volumes shelved in the restricted section of the library.
Refusing to comply will only make matters worse. Let us instead treat this as an opportunity to open a dialogue with the Forum.
Silence is often one's best defense. I would advise against prolonging the proceedings with frivolous discourse.
Oh, that dad's a prick.
But enough. This is not the place for debate. The rostra await.
So you're still gonna make a speech to them all? Ugh.
Forgive me. I was careless.
We would have been detained regardless. This way, at least, we managed to stay together. I trust your time within the Forbidden Archives was well spent.
The cats are mischievous.
This inquiry is now in session. As Speaker-elect, I will be presiding over the day's proceedings. Master Fortuner, would you be so kind as to restate the matter which compelled you to summon your colleagues with such urgency?
As you are all aware, we recently denied Eorzea's request for Sharlayan assistance. Since then, certain individuals dissatisfied with our decision have taken it upon themselves to interfere with our work. They entered our nation masquerading as associates of the students of Baldessian. But these malcontents are better known as the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
Oh shit, Krill's got her hair down.
These militants wield influence with both the Eorzean and Eastern alliances, and are inextricably involved with the crises presently afflicting the world at large. Loose in our city, these warmongers sought to meddle with and expose matters of state secret. What are they, if not a dire threat to be expelled?
Warmongers? That is some heavy words to throw around there, isn't it?
You have tarnished the good name of the students. Galuf would be ashamed.
Galuf Baldessian was never one to forsake his fellow man. Even if this nation closed every door and retreated from the world, he would have found a way to help the Scions, help every soul of this star fight back against the coming doom.
Hey, you'll shut your mouth, love.
A terrible enemy stands poised to lay waste to all we hold dear. In the face of such madness, Eorzea reached out to Sharlayan, a respected ally, in the hopes of forming a united front. Was your curt dismissal truly the best you could offer? Or are you so preoccupied with your momentous duty of an age long past that even the end of the world is unworthy of your attention?
Whence came this revelation?
From the mouth of a forum member within fortuitous earshot.
Then it seems your findings support my own.
Why is my head getting on displaying in this cutscene?
The reason I visited the restricted shelves was to study records of the Forum's policymaking process, to better understand the historical trends underlying their most major decisions. At first glance, the positions of neutrality in war and the accumulation of knowledge above all else appear constant and consistent. the unchanging pillars of Sharlayan society. And once upon a time, I might have left it at that. These days, however, I am more attuned to the subtleties of governance, and so I noticed something odd. From a particular point in time, the purpose of these policies shifted. No longer was knowledge preserved for the benefit of society. Rather, society was to be gradually reshaped to ensure the preservation of knowledge.
Oh God, they're the Patriots.
The most conspicuous and telling change was the one which befell Labyrinthos. Once little more than an oversized storehouse, an enormous allocation of funds saw it transformed into an advanced research and archival facility. I also discovered a fascinating account on the finances of our Dravanian colony. The settlement attracted students from far and wide, and the connections and tuition fees thus acquired were funneled into further improvements for the archives. Now, there is no question that our nation's progress is tied to the acquisition of wisdom. Nevertheless, the vast resources diverted for this purpose borders on the obscene. But returning to the matter of when, our change in course appears to have been made some 270 years ago.
The very same period when Sharlayan scholars in the hinterlands began a formal study of the ethereal sea. You found something, did you not? And whatever it was, gave rise to your oh-so-important duty.
Mind your tongue, Archon. If you had seen...
What?
Yes. We are bound by a duty we cannot ignore. Knowing this, what would you have us do? Abandon our vital work and join you on the field of battle? We will never choose the way of the sword. We will fulfill our mission, not through strife and bloodshed, but survival.
Pussies.
Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
Do as you like then.
Do as you must, then. But we Scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
Such misguided zeal.
Father, Master Fortuner, I fail to understand the stance you have elected to take. But by the same token, I have yet to find a compelling argument to counter the challenge you put to us in Gridania. Still, in the midst of my uncertainty, I must trust in myself to do what is right, as others have chosen to trust in me. So I will continue, as I always have, weighing the consequences of my every action, and allowing my hope for the future to inform my decisions.
That's quite enough. Have you all forgotten the reason for this assembly?
Skolok Monteshane. He's the head of the Studium and an old friend of my grandfather's.
Honestly, every discussion devolves into some interminable debate. Terrible habit. Let's return to the topic at hand, By their own admission, these Scions have resolved to fight alongside the Eorzean nations against the doom which swift approaches. But there exists no evidence of an attempt to incite our citizens to do the same.
His character model looks oddly similar to that of Louis Soir. It's different from the other characters.
Furthermore, while our decision may well have been the correct one, we cannot simply bull our way through these disagreements without inviting doubts or objections. Put yourselves in their place. Who among you would leave a tome unopened if an elder forbid you read it with no reason given? No. If we're to quell further discontent, then we must conclude this matter with a fair and even hand.
Order! We will have order! Master Montaigne raises some valid points. Keeping such concerns in mind, I propose we enforce the following measures. Until further notice, the students of Baldesion are to cease any and all activities within the domain of Sharlayan. You
So they
will
can
also
operate outside of it,
refrain
then?
from any further investigation into the Forum's decisions and duties. Failure to comply with these restrictions will result in the immediate expulsion of your Scion associates. Let us put this judgment to a vote. All in favor, raise your hand.
Not everyone raises their hand though.
I count 51 for and 48 against. The proposal is passed.
That's 48 allies.
Students, Scions, you have heard the Forum's judgment. Pray abide by it, or face the consequences. Honored members, I thank you for your time. This inquiry is concluded.
And they're all like, what a waste of time. Well, at least we've been allowed to remain in the city, and our endless investigations have not been in vain. We now know that this mysterious duty of theirs began with whatever the Forum discovered in the ethereal sea. With our freedom so sorely curtailed, however, we will struggle to learn aught of substance here in Sharlayan. Can't level without learning a move. That's grim. The overall picture has grown clearer, yes, but that's in spite of the Forum being so maddeningly vague about this duty of theirs. Why are they so reluctant to explain their actions in plain words? Survival, come what may, his father's work so vital that it takes precedence over his own family. Alphanel Alize, it is you. That's the old man from before, isn't it? Or maybe not. When I heard you'd been dragged before the Forum, I came as swiftly as I could. I am so very glad they allowed you to stay. Wait, what? Wow, we get to see the mother as well. Amalise Levier at your service. And you found people must be the signs of the 7th dawn. How lovely it is to finally meet you. Mother, please don't wish to make things difficult for you. If word reaches father that you were here, he already knows, doesn't he? Oh, bother that. Am I to be chastised for speaking with my own children? I am well aware that you and Master Fortunat are not on the best of terms at the moment, but I've been absolutely desperate to see my darlings again. You will come by the house, won't you? I have gifts waiting. New clothes. The timing could be better as matters stand. We shan't be going anywhere until we discuss matters with Dankred's group and reconsider our options. Go visit your home. We'll be back at the annex when you are ready to rejoin us. I'm not sure. Wait, Felcleave, what do you think? Felcleave, the Felcleave 4 days? What a splendid day this has turned out to be. Champion of Eorzea. I think I picked right on that name. I insist that you join us. But we must be quick about waiting, not for my own benefit, but should my husband return and find you enjoying our hospitality, the servants will be made to suffer the consequences. Felcleve, if you would be so kind as to escort my children to the estate. And she was gone, and with her any opportunity to protest. Indeed, the matter is settled. Enjoy yourselves, you three. I apologise, my mother is not one for taking no for answers. Still, I am glad, relieved, even to see you in such high spirits. What say you, Felcleve? Though it seems we shall have little enough time to enjoy it, will you come to visit our home? Fine, if we're going, then let us get it over with, but be sure to stay in the entrance hall. No peeking to our private chambers, thank you very much. Whatever not, your room is always so perfectly neat and tidy. Everyone has things they'd rather keep to themselves, don't they? Cherish mementos. You couldn't bring yourself to throw away childhood toys. I mean, God, never mind. Levy your estate is that way, straight down the stairs. Come on. I wonder if they'll ever put a housing estate here. I mean, if they've done it with Ishgard, surely they'll do it here eventually. I have taken a wrong turn, but you know, we'll enjoy the long way around, shall we? Cash in that quest while we're here. Oh, maybe not. I do like the day theme for here though, it's really cool. I am feeling a lot of Final Fantasy 15 influence to the soundtrack of this expansion. There we got your carbuncle for you. Well, it gives you the gear in high quality as well, doesn't it? Holy shit. Weathered by bright breeze. Right, so why did my bandana appear in that cutscene? That's so weird. Did not expect that would meet their mother at all. God, man, if it's really going down this road, well, here's these guys' family, then Alphino's definitely dying. Oh, it's gonna be hard to watch. Ah, yes, this is where I first practiced magic on an actual person. How she spelled when the wound closed. To join relief, that was, I believe, the very moment I chose the healing act as my main subject to my studies. We used to come here all the time with grandfather. In summer, I would dip my hands and feet in the fountain and splash about, which would explain how I came to swim like an Urk and he sat like a stone. And here you are at last, please do come in. Saying now, for no, I've got a lot of like growing to do, aren't they? Because
my lady.
Elsians are so fucking tall.
What are you gawping at?
House of you know, it's grandeur. Yeah, go on.
Oh, gods, please don't. It makes me feel like a spoiled princess.
Lord Fortuneau is not to hear of this visit. And I should also like the children to have their gifts, ere my husband makes his return.
As you wish, my lady.
Master Alphino, Mistress Alice, if you would accompany me upstairs.
We shan't be long.
You're gonna get new threads. You've got to. So Alphino's got to get a job class change as well, aren't
The twins have been sending letters home from time to time, recounting their latest adventures. I am sure they withhold certain details, of course, if only to keep me from worrying. Yet a mother worries all the same. In the early days especially, I tried to support them as best I could, sending the Scion's coin and other such donations. Fortunately, they have found the strength to overcome adversity time and time again. Their words grow more confident with every letter, their depictions more vivid. The triumphs and defeats, the joys and sorrows. It is clear that they have come to find value in every experience. But of those they treasure most, it would seem that meeting you might be the most impactful. Why, since that fateful day, I do believe there has not been a single missive in which you were not mentioned by name. It is plain they care for you, and I am glad they have such a steadfast companion watching over them. Under normal circumstances, I would offer you tea, but alas, these are anything but. In any event, why don't you keep me company whilst we await my children's return? Perhaps you might regale me with a tale or two of your exploits.
What, stood in the hallway? Yeah, here's the last 10 years worth of everything that I've done in 2 minutes. There we go, new threads, fucking knew it.
When you mentioned gifts, I wasn't sure what to expect.
So is she still a red mage then?
Mother,
Yeah.
Oh, look how well it fits you. And the style is to your liking?
It's perfect. Exactly what I would have chosen. But please, tell me you had something different made for Alphino.
Naturally. You are hardly little children anymore. And while I shall miss dressing you in those precious matching outfits, I must respect the individuals you have grown to become. See for yourself.
Thank you for the splendid clothes, Mother. Stylish, comfortable, and eminently practical.
I am so glad you like them. They are, however, missing one final touch.
Gotta get your weapons.
If you would allow me, Master Alphino.
There we go. Funnels.
Wait. Are these...
A sage's tools of the trade. They belonged to your father. Though he may as well be chained to his desk these days. As a student, he was often called upon to venture into the field. He wielded those armaments, both to heal and to harm in no few battles. None so fierce as those you two have braved, perhaps, but battles nonetheless. Thus did I pull them out of storage, to show you that he was not always the man who stands in vehement opposition to you now. And also because it would be a terrible waste of ridiculously expensive House Leveilleur commissioned artistry.
Jobstone as well?
I am told these devices are quite difficult to master. But someone of your extensive experience should soon have them darting about with grace and aplomb. May the wisdom in that crystal serve you well. And please, try to find common ground with your father, that you might come and go without need for this awful subterfuge.
We will, Mother. I promise.
My final gifts to you, before you run off, are an observation and a suggestion. Firstly, Fortunato has ever been a serious man, but it was only after you were born that he truly lost himself in his work. I may not know the Forum's inner workings, but I know your father's. The timing of that change in him holds some significance. Secondly, do not seek to best your father with words. Far better that you simply show him. Let him discover the merit of your actions, after they cannot be undone.
Oh, Mother.
We shall take your wisdom to heart. Thank you again for these gifts, and farewell for now.
Safe travels, my children. Eat well, stay warm, and keep your friends close.
See, Alice looks absolutely awesome. I think I prefer a redesign over Alpha Nodes. Thank you for indulging Mother's request. I can see it meant a lot to her, and I shall refrain from inquiring as to the content of your private conversation. Our visit was all too brief for now, however, it will have to suffice, as these tokens of home that we carry with us. These gifts to help us remember who we are and whence we came. But enough sentimentality, let us return to the annex and rejoin our companions. Oh, I've got a room, have a look in first. Oh, I can't go back in, can I? Boo. Right, so which is this one? Years, I hope I would ask how the twins fed, but they're off at Solitaire. I only hope that we can help them reconcile with their father, that they may return home one day with their heads held high. In the meantime, we wage ever closer to the secret the Forum strives to hide, and the flower bequeathed to you by Heidelin is sure to guide us along forward. I'm confident that once you've scouted out the situation in Danvir, we'll be well equipped to plot out our next move. Right, so now I've got to go to... Where's the other story quest? I had it selected earlier. There we go. Oh, we're at Old Charlie and aren't we? So we just need to exit. That's fine. And just seeing all these player characters like moving around these different areas and not just being stood in Limsa, I love it. Well now, this is rather a lot of stern faces. Are my library books overdue? Not to our knowledge. We are associates of Krail and the students of Baldessian. We seek passage to Fadnir and understand that you can assist us. Ah, the test subjects. Welcome, welcome. Test subjects. Oh, you hadn't heard? Well then, allow me to explain. So, in order to travel to an aetheryte, you ordinarily need to be attuned to it beforehand. Otherwise, you can't use it as a beacon to seek out while you're a mess of aether hurtling along the live stream. An inconvenient but incontrovertible limitation of aetherite teleportation. But what if I were to tell you that there's a way to travel to an aetherite without being attuned to it? A way to teleport instantly to places you've never been. For long years we've laboured to make such travel possible and that people might move about freely. And we've finally done it. We've created a new kind of aetherite that doesn't require attunement. Truly, that changes everything. Well, my language may have been a bit misleading. The user need not attune to these aetherites, but the aetherites themselves must have been pre-attuned to each other, thereby facilitating travel between 2 points. But it just so happens that of our first test pair of aetherites, one has been installed here in Sharlayan, and the other in Yidmihad, a port town in Thavnir. As you may know, our nation has long maintained strong ties with Ratzathan, and indeed, we owe much of this breakthrough to the contributions of their alchemists. So, where to test these aetherites, how fortuitous of you. I should mention that an accident has impaired my ability to channel aether. Will this be a problem? Not at all. As a matter of fact, you might say these aetherites were made for people like your good self. The magics imbued within will whisk you away without any effort on your part. A veritable dream come true, and far be it for me to worry about such things, but do we have permission to make use of your shiny new invention? The only permission required is yours, so assuming your will and we're all set. It may come as a surprise, but we actually struggle to find such subjects. Most people seem to have an unreasonable fear of their souls gradually disintegrating as they drift helplessly into the live stream. In a statistically unlikely event that something goes away? I don't know. But it's plain that you aren't most people. Mr. Krail truly knows how to pick them. If I may change the subject, our Master Wolfsman and Mistress Boyaluda were not present today. Oh, you didn't hear? They've recently resigned their posts. Their expertise was needed elsewhere. A large-scale project helmed out by the forum itself, as I understand, but I'm not privy to the details. I see. Any other questions? No. Now let's get going before you change your minds. Please see to your preparations and head outside to the Aetherite Plaza. I'll be along shortly. Oh gosh, she got a really squeaky voice, hasn't she?
Just the 4 of you, was it?
3. I'm already attuned to the crystal in Thavnir.
You are? Oh. I would have preferred more test subjects. Oh, well, never mind. If our 3 travelers could line up here, please. Yes, right there is fine. Take a deep breath, and I'll soon have you soaring through the ether.
I want this to go wrong.
Oh, and one last thing. You might experience a teensy-weensy touch of violent ethereal sickness. Good luck!
What?
Oh, it worked. Bloody hell, it sent him that far. Holy shit.
Thavnir, home to city-state Rads at Han. Rising from the southeast waters of the Bounty, this Isle of Plenty served as the battleground for a conflict between 2 peoples. Their cultures bled into one another until a unique amalgamation was distilled from the chaos, in a process not unlike their precious alchemy. Once solidified as a single nation, an adamant stance of neutrality would hold invaders at bay for a time. Now across this vibrant isle creeps a fog of malice. What choice do you have? What chance? Against such an insidious foe.
Thavnir, okay. Sort of looks like Pride Rock a little bit from the Lion King, that. So they just have an house party or something.
I've seen fairer faces after a bout of bad shellfish. Let me bring you something to drink. That should help settle your bellies.
I hope we get to go to Mercidia, like in this expansion, I really do.
There was a note with Kryle's instructions. Don't let a Stinian roam the markets alone. He's alarmingly bad with coin.
And of course she gets up. You managed to wheel yourself to your feet, giving you a condition, but will you be able to reach Justinian in time? Oh, for the love of God. Ether sickness. I need to drink something that helps with ether sickness. By them and Syria, traveller. I mean, greetings and welcome. You are wise concerned to come to me, my special armor lasse bathed with only the finest and freshest ingredients. It's famed for calming unruly bellies. Oh shit, fuck's sake. The price is high, road robber, and you want to say as much of a sin, but you realise that any words of warning you cry out would be accompanied by your last meal. You must stand before a sin and using gestures deny that the deal is fair. I thought you could barely stand. What do you need to tell me that's so urgent? Wait, I shouldn't buy the lasse. This merchant is swindling me. Sincerest apology, sir, but I appear to have my prices confused. It's actually 1,890 for 3 bottles of lasse. That confusion would have been quite costly for both of us. Very well, then, your coin. Here, a bottle for each of you. Take them to the others and get some rest. He's a kind soul, Estinian. I'll be back after I've explored the town. Praise be to the 12, my stomach doth loosen its death grip. My heartfelt thanks to the Anastidian and to the fine fruits of this land. You in time, excellent. You spared us Tataru's wrath. Sweet release. If you haven't already, you should have yours too. Right, I'm ready to get on with it. That lassie truly worked wonders. Back on your feet, I see. Thy hair. Oh, we timed it back. I have bound it. 'Tis the most I could do against this heat, short of shedding my armour. May I ask where you got the cord for it? A local vendor, the man said it's a Thrivanian weave, though are not easily unravelled. How much did it cost? 9,400 gil a steel. I was told 'tis nothing fancy, but I've always valued function over form. That's incredible. I dare not say even Alpha could have hold a candle to you. It's not uncommon for merchants to set their prices high, but doesn't seem excessive here. Are all Hannes merchants so unscrupulous? I expected these other dragons to put more. Yeah, we'll insult him. On that subject, I shall refrain from making comment. Yeah, I cannot help but observe that the merchants seem overzealous in their pursuit of profit. Claiming Favnir as its dominion, the nation of Rat-Han hath long thrived as a hub of commerce. In the beginning there was the, Akasodra? A Matanga tribe indigenous to this land. Over time they came to be joined by other races, and through their intermingling, a culture rich and distinct did emerge. From alchemy to textiles, the products of Hannish culture have come to be celebrated and coveted the world over. A development only aided by the nation's prime location as a waypoint betwixt east and west. All of this have combined to making a trading power at Rat-Han, yet such a status cannot be taken for granted. Nay, it must needs be maintained through Judais's governance and stringent regulation, neither which I see any evidence, given that merchants at the gateway to town are free to flee hapless travellers and tarnish the reputation of the nation at large. Just so, the opportunistic pricing is rampant doth suggest that oversight is much weakened, or mayhap that the people have fallen upon hard times. Whatever the truth may be, it would be prudent to ascertain the current state of affairs. Prudent and practical, aye. We're not to lose by learning more. So ere we seek out Kryle's acquaintance, shall we see what information we can gather from here in Yidimad? Excellent. Didn't get exactly out of a flying star, but we'll make up for it. Your stomach behaving once more. Thancred is ready to get to work. Right, let us split up and make inquiries in Town Felcleve. The pier is yours. Damn it! Stick to the Seathorite. Right. Oh, and on that same note as well, I'm gonna leave this stream here. Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow at some point late afternoon, probably in the evening. Yeah, to carry on playing this, because I'm happy this is out now. Yeah, appreciate you guys that have been watching, lurking, and to those that have subscribed as well. I'm having a reason to play it again. It's great. I absolutely love this game's story. So yeah, until then, I shall see you guys tomorrow. Bye for now.